Hello. Hello. $5 from Spooky. I'll be working on my Yume Nikki fan game in the background of this stream. I need to design a reasonable alleyway for my homeless girl protagonist. This is my only dono. Thank you for the $5. Hello. Gonna let the rest of this song play. I'm Ling Molly Starr, the royal theorist. I'm sorry if that was very loud. I had to commit to the bit. Let me make the mic a bit quieter then, hang on. This might be good. I just subscribed to your Patreon just like a couple minutes ago. What a coincidence. Thank you, I actually noticed. I'm glad. Thank you for subscribing to the Patreon. It means a ton. But yes, thank you. Hello. I think I'm gonna let the rest of this play out. This is Psychic Attack by Machine Girl. There is a new album from them coming out on the 18th of October. And I'm very excited for it. It's sounding really good so far. But hello, chat. How long has it been since the last stream? I think it's been like over 2 months. Since then, a 6-hour video was released for me. And I've taken a couple months off of anything YouTube related. Hello, Weasel. Hello, Weasel W. Haven't listened to much of Machine Girl, but I've always enjoyed what I've heard. They're one of those artists where, like, they kind of gradually just kept growing on me. I think I really liked their earlier stuff at first, but then it just kind of gradually got to, like, oh, now I like this album of theirs. Now I like the other vocal stuff. Now I like the other sounds they did. It just kind of gradually was like, I just eventually ended up liking their entire discography. How's your YouTube vacation been? Pretty good. It's been a long time since I've streamed, so apologies if I'm a little bit, like, rough around the edges. I have not been, like, on the live stage, so to speak, in a while. Let me put on the streaming music now, the streaming playlist. Yeah, that works. But how does it feel to be back? Pretty good. I mean, I don't really feel like I ever left necessarily. I've been kind of keeping a pretty good eye on the entire fucking... I've been keeping a pretty good eye on the reception to Part 3 ever since it came out, and, visiting the politics rather than streaming is willpower beyond wildest imagination. Don't worry about that. But yeah, again, I haven't streamed in a while. In fact, hang on. I know what's making it awkward. Hello. I adjusted the model accordingly for this stream, because this is a Part 3 specific stream, and not just a catch-up stream, but Editor Molly, as I call them, or Neat Molly, from Part 3 is now, you know, the model for this stream. I felt like it, because Part 3 was like such a big video to me. It kind of felt, if the stream feels like a little bit too special to not do something with the model. I sadly couldn't do the facial hair because V-Word Studio doesn't really have facial hair options unless I do like face paint, but I don't really think it looks good even then, so no facial hair Editor Molly also works, whatever. Part 3 was actually very short by my standards. Honestly true. I should have made it 12 hours to, like, doubly piss off the people that were mad about how long it was. It wasn't a lot of people. There were a couple people, though. Give yourself a shitty pencil mustache like a villain. I was considering that. But, yeah, hello. Again, I have not streamed in a couple months, so apologies if I'm a bit rough, but I'm trying to get back into it. Someone asked, you know, how was the YouTube vacation? It went very good. I'm gonna get into that in a little bit, but I just kind of want to talk to y'all for a while. No changes, it's just the same video 4 times, honestly. Part 4 will be a week long? I hope not. I can't do that again. I did part 3, I think. I don't think I'm gonna make a video that long again for a very, very long time. Because, again, I'm gonna get into that in a bit, but right now I just want to focus on catching up with y'all. Talking with chat, get myself back into the headspace. I can only wait to be in the headspace again for so long, I just kind of have to do it. But yeah, let me think a bit. I've been doing pretty good. The stream was originally going to be on Friday, but I was not feeling super up to it that day. These past 2 weeks I've been pretty busy with something else, actually. Something I'm not going to get into. But the past few weeks I was busy working on another thing, and I kind of had a few ups and downs emotionally these past few weeks, and I think I just needed the past week to just be, again, just another week off for me, pretty much. But I am feeling up to it now, and I kind of just want to chat with y'all, because that's really what this stream is. This is just a sort of general hangout stream, but I'm gonna eventually get to, you know, behind the scenes stuff in a bit. This is really low pressure. Hello, I'm back. What happened? I'm just talking with chat while I get my fucking bearings again. I haven't streamed in 2 months. Hello. Oh, Molly, have you seen Mr. Pixel's new Backrooms videos? I've seen both of them. Found Footage 3 and the lighting and tiles survey. Those are both really good. With each new video, I'm getting more and more certain that I know what the next major one's gonna be, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. But is part 4 even real? Wasn't that the end of an era? Part 4, yeah, I wouldn't say, like, the closest you're gonna get to a part 4 is when chapters 3 and 4 come out, and I basically do with those what I did with chapters 1 and 2. I basically just, like, going through all the meta shit and making, like, a comprehensive just thing about everything like that. Hey, you caught me rewatching part 3. I'm very glad people have been watching and rewatching it even. Rewatching it is crazy. That is a 6.5 hour long video. That is wild that people are rewatching it, but it means a ton. Thank you so much. Part 4 will contain a complex ARG that leads to a global hunt for a location with the next Deltarune chapter in it. I mean, if the marketing were up to me, it probably would be something like that, but I'm not in the marketing department for Deltarune. Unless, I don't know. I don't know if Toby's interested in hitting me up for that for some godforsaken reason. But yeah, I've been doing pretty good since the last video came out, since part 3 came out. Pretty much these past few months I've been taking a really just, you know, solid break from specifically YouTube. I took a month where I really just didn't do much of anything after part 3 came out, save for, like, just, basically just looking at the feedback to it, tending to IRL stuff. At the end of August, I did go to see one of my partners after all. I might show a few pictures of that later on, but I went to North Carolina for a week to see one of them. That was a very fun time. And since I got back, I've been just kind of getting my bearings again, creatively, mentally, what have you, and I got a lot of progress done on another project, actually, that I hadn't gone to work on since February because of part 3 being such a huge deal to me that I needed to kind of divert all my attention to that for a while. So, on that end, I've been doing good. I'm still processing the reaction to part 3, but I do want to say, you know, just thank you so fucking much about just, like, how well part 3 did. It is, like, by far the most well-performing video I've put up on the channel so far, and it's even got more views than a Staggering Wins video now. I'm just very happy with how it turned out. I'm still, like, I'll talk a bit about how I feel about part 3, because I have a list of notes here. I haven't done this since, like, you know, last year, just writing a list of notes, but I kind of have so much to go over that I needed to sort my thoughts out on something. But yeah, I mean, I've generally just... Right now I'm trying to get my bearings again. Let me drink some water real quick. Alright. How do you feel about doubling your original 5-hour estimate of how much content there to be? I mean... I should have honestly expected it. What is this song? Oh, this is from okay. I think I'll. All right. I mean, yeah, I honestly should have expected it to turn out as much as it did because like part 3 is the analysis, and I don't know why I didn't think it turned out so long, but the main reason I said that it would be 5 hours is because the original version of part 3 was only like an hour and 40 something, I think, like an hour and 50 something, maybe like just under 2 hours at most. Molly, I've yet to find out. Are you a camera person? It's been boiling my blood if I should get you if I dump camera stuff. I have a... I'm not sure if there's a song playing right now. Well, there is one playing right now. It's going through my audio, so... I can tell it's going through the stream just fine, I think. But, but yeah, no, I have a couple cameras. There's a VHS camera that I record with, a high-8 one, and I also have one of these, like, old dinky cameras that's just... It's a... What's the name? It's a Nikon Coolpix 3200 that I took a lot of the pictures on when I was in North Carolina. Again, I might show that some of those pictures later. But yeah, no, I should have expected it, but originally the main reason part 3, that like the whole thing turned out to be 10 hours was because the original version was, was like only like an hour and 50, but then I was like, oh, I don't like how this version of it turned out. I'm gonna end up like redoing it to better account for everything that, to just like kind of better account for like some new thoughts I had while working on parts 1 and 2. And then that just spiraled completely out of control into a 6-hour video. Music is there, but real quiet. Oh yeah, it's probably just quiet because I don't want it to be too loud because then it's going to distract me from talking, but I need something playing in the background or I'm going to go insane. Molly has always been a VTuber on every stream. Yeah, the VTuber is a pretty custom thing for first-time people watching one of my streams. I've had this VTuber like since I started the streams, and I've just been kind of doing little like tweaks to it here and there. This is the first time I'm showing the neat Molly model though, because this is a special occasion. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out where to even start because there's so much I could talk about ever since the last stream and since part 3 came out. Gist of it is, you know, I said everything I needed to about my thankfulness at the end of part 3, so I feel like I don't have much more to add there. Neat Molly just looks like Pajamas Molly. I mean, yeah, the two are pretty similar to each other, honestly. I like to think Neat Molly just kind of has like different phases in a sense. This is like some weird in between of like what you see in part 3 and then in like the end of part 3. Comfy Molly, true. But yeah. Where to begin? First off, I want to shout out fried toads specifically for a moment. You might be wondering why I'm shouting you out. Yeah, I'm shouting you out because I remember during the funeral stream there is this bit that my that my friend group has had. During the funeral stream, near the end of it, you said near the end of the stream, of that specific stream, you typed in chat, "pumping my hog to this." And my fucking friends lost their shit over it. I remember some months later, some of my friends were remembering that someone said it, and I think they spent, like, dozens of minutes at least trying to look back through the chat of that stream, figuring out who said it, and we found out that it was you. We had a bit where, we joked that in one of our fucking, like, that like one of my ideas for like a part 3 teaser video was going to be like a, you know how you know, video games or movies that have like a sort of like, you know, like accolades, like, you know, they like quote reviews from different people of like the media in question. We joked that maybe I could do something like that for like Device Theory, but like a bunch of the quotes would just be "pumping my hog to this" from Fried Toads like 5 different times before showing like the release date of part 3. Hog Pumper Dark World when? I don't know, ask Toby. Or producer. But yeah. I wanted to do that shadow because I saw you in chat. I'm like, I have to. Because that was fucking iconic. But yeah. Ugh. It is going to take a while for me to get back into it. I think I should just start with, what should I start with? Let me look through my list. I think I'm gonna just talk a bit generally about, how I feel about Part 3 now. In fact, I think that's just kind of what I want to do, in the meantime, is I think I just kind of want to chat with y'all, you know, because I know people really enjoyed Part 3, and I really am happy about just the release of it and everything, as I said already, and I feel like there's not much more I can add to that. Do you think we'll have an underwater Dark World? I feel like we will. No, I don't know if we will, but I feel like... I don't know if we'll have, like, an underwater Dark World, but I feel like there has to be more stuff that's, like, underwater themed in later Dark Worlds. And I think technically we're gonna actually have something like that, because... You guys fucking... if you guys remember the last newsletter, Toby actually showed off a few new screenshots of, like, chapters 3 and 4, and the chapter 3 screenshot is, like, that fucking, it's like that weird screenshot of, like, it looks like it looks like docks, kind of, to me, you know? They have, like, the weird fucking, like, things, like, out in the darkness poking out. I think we're gonna get just more, like, underwater imagery in Dark Worlds. I don't know if there will be, like, an underwater Dark World entirely, but something like that. Onion Sign is why I think underwater Dark World would happen. Honestly, I could definitely see it. Device Theory is probably one of my favorite video series I've ever seen. Thank you so much. Thank you. One thing I keep thinking about with Deltarune is the Chair's website and the sweepstakes. Me too. I feel like we're gonna... I feel like we gotta, like... I feel like that's going to be such a huge fucking moment, honestly. I don't know if that's gonna be for, like, a secret boss or just, like, a general story beat, but I've always been really curious what's up with that. But yeah, aside from just, like, a general catch-up stream, you know, gist of it is... Took a couple months off of YouTube. I'm still on YouTube break, technically. I've just been working on another project that I haven't been able to work on since February, so I got a lot of work done in that. And I was super locked in there, and I'm still kind of in, but I'm taking a little break for now, because I did a lot of progress already. I assume you don't really care about the identity of the knight itself, but do you think the knight is ever going to be connected to the more meta aspects of the narrative? Maybe? I honestly never gave that too much thought, and I think it's just because, I don't know, in my mind, for some reason, I feel like the knight kind of has the place in Deltarune that, I feel like the knight in Deltarune kind of has the same place in my mind as, like, Asgore and Undertale, in the sense of, like, this is not like the same mannerisms as an antagonist or anything, because Asgore is like, you know, built up to be basically like a pushover, and just, like, you know, someone that doesn't want to do what they're doing. I feel like the knight is going to be a bit more, like, intentional with it, but I feel like they have the same place in my mind as, like, not extremely meta. Like, they're a really important character in a sense, but, I think it's gonna be built up to, like, they're not the thing you're gonna fight at the end of the game, basically. Knight is definitely the end boss in the same way Asgore was. He was not, exactly, yeah. The only thing I can say for sure about the Roaring Knight, there is one of them. I know there's I saw Cammy Boy G, I think. I think his video about multiple knights and stuff. I do like that video. The knight is a very interesting topic for me. It's one of the few things in Part 3 I pretty much never talked about, actually, which is very funny that I went 10 hours talking about Deltarune and I barely mentioned the knight at all. I find that very funny. The knight has the potential to break the fourth wall, but we really don't know enough yet. You know, you might have a point, because it's like... I say that about Asgore, but at the same time, I mean, at the beginning of his fight, he breaks the mercy button. The spare button. So I wonder if there's going to be, like, a similar thing. You know, like, something meta-ish, but not like Omega Flowey meta, you know what I mean? Although I think it is possibility that I can be meta if the game really dives into the aspect of the Dark Lords being fiction, which is a pretty meta thing. Yeah, for sure. And I think I could definitely see something like that, given like the Knight's like importance to Dark Worlds in general. This has reminded me, the way I'm responding to this kind of reminds me of comment response streams. Another thing I wanted to mention was, originally I was going to come back to streaming with a comment response stream for part 3. That's what this was originally going to be, was a comment response stream, or like multiple of them, but it got so many comments. Part 3 has like nearly 3,000 comments, and I can tell I just want to move on from from like going through the whole fucking thing. I kind of just like, there are so many comments on part 3 that I think what I'm gonna do with them at this point is I'm gonna just respond to them on my own time, probably just like off stream, because there's so fucking many, and some of these comments are also super long. Yeah, like I kind of want to give them, I kind of just want to give them just like my own time, basically, because I don't want to like rush through them on stream because like there's so many and I'm live and everything. I kind of just want to take my time with them off stream. So I think in lieu of that, I decided, you know what, I think the stream's just gonna be a general catch up because I need to get my brain back into the headspace of streaming. It's been fucking forever. No, we need part 9 of counter response stream. Part 3, I don't know. I've just been on break from being on break has made me realize how much I just need to focus on just, you know, taking it easy for the most part. I locked the fuck in for part 3, and I just want to take it a lot easier from here on. I do plan to go back to YouTube videos eventually, but for now I just need to, you know, focus on other things. What's this leitmotif from? It's driving me crazy. This is the song that plays in the radio from Portal 1. It sounds a little different, though. Alright, there we go. I haven't used this stream playlist in a while, so I'm gonna be skipping some songs here and there. Alright. Yeah. Sounds like pitched up. Yeah, I don't know, it's not the original version. I don't know why it's like a different one. Your revelation in part 3 that Gaster is trying to kill God was actually super cool, and I love that as a plot point. Thank you. That was one of the more contested things in part 3. The reaction to that was very varied, which is what I was expecting. I know some people really love that interpretation, but I know other people did not like that interpretation, which is like, I was kind of expecting that to be one of the more divisive takes in part 3, in a sense. Hi, Molly. Hello, Victoria May. I love it as the culmination of like 3 hours of build-up, Lamau. Yeah, exactly. I really liked it just because of the culmination of everything. I kind of feel like putting on something a bit easier on my ears, actually. Hang on. How about just the classic? I'm gonna put on the classic. Hang on. Because I need something easier on the ears. Alright. Dream exploration time? Yeah. Oh god, that's loud. Legit almost teared up a bit when the Doffa get revealed showed up at the very end. I'm very glad to hear that. That made me emotional, and I was the one fucking editing it. How do you explain the foreshadowing for Noelle being the angel? If it were true, it would imply very different roles for the angel and Noelle than your theory needs. It's the main contention for me. Yeah, the angel is definitely one of those things that, I'm gonna try to see what I can think of that. Again, my brain is a bit mushy. I haven't talked Deltarune in live stream in a while. Ugh. Yeah, I know the Gaster versus the angel thing was one of the things that, was a bit more, like, contested in terms of the reaction to part 3. And the main reason for that is just because it's like the angel is such a vague character idea. And I do definitely agree that, like, yeah, I think the thing to keep in mind about those parts of the video and like those takes I made was I had written the script for this video back in like January, like this final version of part 3, and since then the like deeper theory landscape has like had like changed quite a bit to pumping my angel to this. Thanks, Moist. But since then the theory landscape had like changed a little bit, so by the time I got to editing it, there were takes that were more popular by this point that like weren't so popular back then. Like in terms of the second voice, for example, my take was that the angel was the second voice. I know people mentioned the Chris was the second voice, and I didn't really hear about that back then. The VTuber is so good, thank you. I know people didn't really agree. I didn't really hear about Chris' second voice, for example, back then, but it was a lot more popular by the time Part 3 actually came out in some spaces. I think the Noelle Angel stuff was there for a while. Another $10 from Spooky, thank you so much. Oh, holy shit. The device theory inspired me to ask the question, what is the survey program serving? And came to the conclusion that Deltarune isn't the only game in the survey program. Huh. That is a really cool take on that. I've thought about if maybe, like, you know, it's gonna do some, like, weird, like, Deltarune isn't the only game kind of thing. But that's, like, one of those, like, crazy fucking takes that's, like, I don't think that's gonna happen, but that just feels like a way to push the capabilities of how Deltarune was programmed to, like, its fucking limit. The Toby Fox Yume Nikki fan game is real? It better be. I'm waiting. Chapter 6 or 7 better be a Yume Nikki fan game. I'm telling you, it's gotta happen. What the fuck did I call it? Darkest World, I think? we need Burgotsuki to be real, I'm just saying. I'm really glad that Azrael is Ral's a third entity and Kara is somehow behind everything are widely disregarded. Yeah, it's really interesting looking back on it now. Way back then, like, I remember those were pretty popular takes, but now it's like so much has changed since then. You called it Yume Freaky. Yeah, I called it that too. Yume Freaky. Again, apologies for, like, the little bits of, like, silence here and there. I do think I'm getting into it slowly but surely, but I just want to talk with chat. I haven't asked, how has chat been, you know, since I've been away? That's usually the go-to. I don't know why I haven't asked that yet. How has chat been doing in the couple months since I last streamed, and in the few months, you know, since Part 3 came out? Barely alive, as it goes. Yume Freaky isn't an illegal thing to say, but it feels illegal. I played Mouthwashing. I heard a bit about that one. Lots has changed. Chill. Colleging, so mostly chill. I edited together a Yume Freaky logo? Holy shit, I need to see that. Huge as usual. Hello. Hello, Arbor Spike. Huge. I've been okay, my town's water is bad, so I'm living off tea. I know the feeling. I don't think I've... Yeah, no, I haven't... I don't think I've ever, like, drank, like, tap water. But I do like me some tea. For sure. Oh yeah, tea gang. Arbor Spike, I had to, like, stop myself because I'm so used to saying your name, because I've never had to, like, refer to you on stream before, so there was, like, a solid minute where I'm like... I have to just, like, do, like, silly stem noises to censor you or something, if my brain ever, like, slips up. I'm glad to hear everyone's doing alright, though. I think, in the past month, I've been, like, fucking tea maxing. I've been just drinking a lot more tea than usual. I don't know what's up with it, but I just felt like, I just been making a lot more tea and having more beverages. Very beverage pilled, if you will. What kind of tea? It varies. My parents, a while ago got these, like... we got, like, green tea, but then also, like, it was like a type of black tea with, like, some other stuff in it, I forget. But it wasn't, like, the tea bags, it was, like, just, like, the actual, like, dried parts, basically, like, without the bags. You just throw it in the mug and, you know, pour water into it, and boom, there you go. So I've been having a bit of that. I have had a lot of peppermint tea. I have had some... What was it? It was like a vanilla caramel black tea I also have had here and there. We call that loose leaf, yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of loose leaf tea, and I've gotten pretty good at making that with some honey and lemon. Oh my god, $10 from Nathaniel Wolf. Thank you so much. Holy shit. So what's your take on Skies Forever Blue and how it may or may not be Toby hinting at ideas that'll be used in Deltarune? I could see it. I think from like a creative perspective, and something I've noticed about Toby in general, is I don't know if it's like... The thing is, I don't know how much of it is him hinting at stuff that'll be used in Deltarune, and how much of it is he just likes landing on the same few concepts a lot. Because you'll notice a lot of the time, a general thing with Toby that I've noticed is he really likes this idea of, like, a game or, like, a performance of some kind being made, like, self-aware that it's in, like, a performed thing, a scripted thing. Also, hang on, my dad is calling me. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. My dad called me for a few minutes to ask if there was something at the store that he could get. I don't know. It's a whole thing. Hopefully there aren't any more interruptions aside from that, but, yeah, hello. What was I talking about? I was talking about Skies Forever Blue. Yeah, I noticed a general thing with Toby is just that he kind of just really likes that whole thing of, like, fiction being self-aware. Really likes to repeat leitmotifs like the concept of freaky and being freaky with it low-key, you know? Exactly, yeah. So it's like, I don't know how much of it is him trying to hint at stuff in Deltarune and how much of it is just... He just really likes that concept a lot. I have posted Yume Freaky in the Discord. Oh shit, I need to see this, hang on. Hang on. I assume it's in... Holy shit! Oh, that's really good. Hang on. I have to put this in the other window. Alright, there we go. Let me move the model a bit. What? Let me unlock the images so that I don't constantly fucking move them all the time. Because... There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. What? How many fucking... What am I selecting now? Okay, there we go. I think this is it. Yeah, there we go. Let me move the model. Yume Freaky. Yume Freaky. I'm gonna just leave this here for now. I have Yuminiki Online Project as well if there's something that I need to, like, just do while I'm on stream. But yeah, thank you, V Ferns, for the Yume Freaky. It's really fucking good. Like 3 people joined right as you mentioned the Discord. Hell yeah. There is a Discord server if anyone wants to join it. Where it's been a pretty chill place ever since I made it last year. So if anyone wants to join it or anything, talk about Deltarune stuff, Molly Star's stuff, go ahead and join. Alright. Hey Molly, what do you think of a 50-part Deltarune analysis? Should I work on it or nah? If you absolutely have to, if you can't sleep at night without having done it, I mean, it depends on if you have a choice in the matter or not, I guess. I didn't have a choice in the matter making device theory, I just had to make peace with it by getting it out of my fucking head, basically. But yeah, thank you all, by the way, so far for the super chats, it means a ton. There's no obligation at all to just, like, there's no obligation at all to send, like, super chats, donations, anything of the sort, but it always means a ton to see people doing it. Like, especially with how well Part 3 did, it means a ton. Alright. So is this avatar Friskcore or Crispilled? Will it rebel against you? I don't know. It's just one of the many... It's just one of the many vessels that I possess. So, I can't imagine them rebelling against me, necessarily. I wear a lot of different suits, you know? The voices spoke through you for 6.5 hours, didn't they? That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Oh shit. Oh shit, you're alive. Yeah, hello, Half-Ice Studio. Hope we're doing alright. I'm currently just catching up with chat, and, getting my bearings back because I haven't streamed in 2 months, so I'm trying to get my head back into it. I wish Wingaster made a few vessels for me. Is me smooching one of your vessels the same as smooching you, or do I gotta do some more esoteric things? I'd say it counts no matter which one it is. Like, you know, I guess it depends on if I'm possessing that one, I don't know. Alright. Alright. Hello, Molly Stars. Hello, Cunningham Fan 1. I just smoked some primo shit. I feel like Ace Ventura. Detecting pets and shit out here. Yeah? But yeah, I'm glad to hear everyone's doing alright. And, you know, I'm happy to say that ever since Part 3 came out, it's been doing pretty good. And I've been doing pretty good. And I've been taking a really good break so far from it. I hope to, like, you know, just get back to YouTube stuff soonish, because I do already have some ideas for what I want to come back with. But, but for the time being, I'm basically just still on break and, focusing on other things for the time being. Okay, so, like, imagine the Dark World boss in the church is like a Dracula flower. I wish! I don't know if that'll happen, but God, I hope. I really wish. That would go so fucking hard. What if Gasterflow was, like, real, actually? What's your craziest / funniest Wingaster headcanon? I don't know. My craziest Wingaster headcanon. I can't think of any off the top of my head right now. Would you ever make videos commenting on specific stuff on Chapter 3 onward? For sure. I mean, my plan with when the next chapters come out, actually working on Part 4, a Gaster Hog cranking theory. Well, I'm not working on a video, I can tell you that much. I am working on just another project at the moment, but I do have ideas for videos that I could get back to. It's looking like, I'm gonna probably get back to videos by just starting with some shorter ideas that I have. I know what the next major ones are probably going to be, but for the time being I just want to do like smaller videos, shorter stuff that's not going to take very long for me to do, because my focus is on a couple other things at the moment, and I really want to put more time into this because I spent so much. I spent 2/3 of this year working on one video. So, like, 4 hours? No, like, shorter, as in maybe actually less than an hour, which is insane, but I don't know, it's possible. Average length for me is, like, no more than 2 hours. But I do have some ideas that I know really shouldn't be possible to, like, overthink that much. They could go a little bit over an hour long, but, like... But I do have some ideas for future videos that should be quite a bit shorter. You say less than an hour as if it's at all a possibility. I mean, if I'm analyzing an entire series or an entire thing, yeah, there's no fucking way that that's going to be less than an hour. But if it's like 10 uninterrupted hours of gaster hog pumps, I don't know if I want to be thinking about his hog right now. 5-second video that's just bass boosted Yume freaking main menu theme. Someone should get onto that. It's the whole if I had more time I would have written a shorter letter. Baby Bones is Wayne Gaster. Oh shit. Maybe you're onto something. That's for Baby Bones. Are you a moderately obsessed fan in this fandom, and do you ever dread being disappointed by what Toby's been cooking? The VTuber avatar is bad because it doesn't have a big triangle nose. I got something close to that, but yeah, V-Roy doesn't really support, like, super varied nose shapes, sadly. At least, like, nothing, like, super exaggerated. But, that's the real question. Gaster skeleton or goop? Why not both? Molly is the least obsessed Deltarune fan, true. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any, like, super strong expectations for Deltarune, honestly. I could say I'm definitely something of an obsessed fan, but it's like... I'm just happy to see the game in its intended form, whether or not it's, like, up to my expectations or my ideas for what the game might look like. I just kind of want to see it for what it is. Whether or not it's, like, accurate to my theory or whatever, that's... I'm more than happy to have to, like, be surprised by it, is the thing. If I'm right, then awesome, but if I'm wrong, then that just means I'm, like, in the same boat as y'all in terms of, like, I have no idea what's gonna happen. And, you know, I just want to see it for what it is. So I can't really see myself being disappointed. Produce 10+ hours of theory content. There are probably more obsessed people than me, honestly. You never know. I don't have, like, a Spamton totem. For instance. If you know, you know. But, Molly, do you have a favorite Pokemon? I answered this in the AMA. I think it was one of the forms of, I forgot the name. I haven't played Pokemon in a while, but I answered that in the AMA. Oh god, it's so loud. Ah! But yeah, I do want to say generally, this is a catch-up and behind-the-scenes stream. We're gonna do the behind-the-scenes stuff in a bit, but, generally this is also just like a Q&A. I just want to hang out with y'all, talk for a bit. I already went over how I've been doing. Doing good. Molly starts. Molly Dars. Hello. Oh yeah, Rabbit, that was the name. Do you think Chapter 3 will be scary or have a more horror theme at all? I think the start and or the end of it might have something a bit more scary in it. Either that, or the secret boss is gonna delve into it, because from the one screenshot we got recently of Chapter 3, that definitely... It looks like it's less Dark World, as in, like, Card Kingdom or Cyber World in that screenshot, and more like Cliff's Dark World. If that makes sense. Wait, which screenshot? Fucking, let me pull up the thing. Toby, Fangamer... Because I may as well just pull it up right now. Okay. Where's Firefox? There we go. This screenshot right here, this one. Because, like, I have been fucking obsessed with these new screenshots, specifically this one, and I love the Noah one here, it's so fucking good. But, yeah, I'm talking about this because this looks less like, this feels like it would, this feels like Cliff's adjacent to me. In the sense of just, like, Wait, where are these from? This is from the latest newsletter that released on Undertale's anniversary this year. The balloon one is driving me insane. Yeah. When I saw this, my first guess is this has to be the festival, but I've seen people say that this might be Icy's Petsa, which could work as well. The sides of these planks look like eyes and the things in the bridges look like smiles. I did see people theorizing about that too. They think they're friends. What do you think of the fact that Peter Pants' real name is Mike? Is it? Do we know that? Oh shit, 5 pound from, I think, from Cunningham Fan 1. Device Theory was 6 hours long. Very enjoyable content. Wait, Device Theory was 6 hours, very enjoyable content. I'm excited for the future. Take my dollars. Have a very enjoyable stream from Cunningham Fan 1. Thank you so much. It means a ton. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything proving that his real name is Mike. I don't think so. I've never seen that before. Does Molly Stars enjoy net spend? I've never heard of it, so I don't know. I would have to know more about it to be able to say whether I enjoy that or not. I'm gonna miss this area of Deltarune when Chapter 7 is released in 2037. Yeah. It's something I've been thinking about now that Part 3 is out. Just like... it's something I've been thinking about for sure, is like, when Chapters 3 and 4 are out, they're definitely going to just completely... Because it happened with Chapter 2, it just completely fucking changed the, general, just, like, landscape of theorizing, and now it's going to, like... Can you please edit your Firefox tabs so it connects in the bottom instead of floating? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Game Maker is fucking up the LTS. I mean, from what I understand, God, that's another thing too. There's so much I have to catch up on stream now, because I never was on stream for all this stuff. The LTS, you know, the current status of Deltarune stuff, how some stuff that I was doing while I was taking my break. Oh, Chapter 3 and 4 are gonna derail theories, then 5, 6, and 7, and possibly beyond, they're gonna detonate in a couple years' time. I mean, by that point, the game's gonna be done. So it's like, I don't even know how much you could theorize beyond, like, whatever loose ends the rest of whatever loose ends the game might possibly leave, and, like, we don't know what that's going to look like. Mictorial, your puppet line in this newsletter? It's funny, but, I can't really make much word of it in that, but it is a very funny sentence. Oh shit, Redhead DJ, hello. Hey Molly, how was the break? It's been going pretty good. I'm still on something of a break, so to speak, from YouTube specifically, but I am carefully, you know, getting my footing again creatively. Alright. But yeah, no, I mean, the LTS is another thing. Thoughts about the unused tracks. Oh, those are really good. I saw those as... I ended up listening to all of them, and they're really fucking good. Toby, please immolate my favorite characters. But yeah, no, the LTS is another thing. I mean, from what I understand, the LTS has been taking so fucking long because they basically just have to get it perfect. They can't have any bugs in it, basically. And from what I understand, a lot of the bugs are stuff that Toby and company have, like, filed as needing fixes. So so from what I get, they just need to make it perfect before they, you know, release it officially, which, you know, makes sense. It's like the long-term stable one. Toby, please make Birdly suffer. I mean, I don't know how much more you can make him suffer. They fucking killed him in Chapter 2. Unless like every... What if every Snowgrave or Weird Route in Deltarune is just another way to kill Birdly? That's fucked up. That would be fucked up. Why do weird routes hate Birdly? $2 from my friend Gee. Saying your like YouTube name Gee, it feels like I'm I feel like I'm saying like your legal name even though I'm not. Please do not commit fraud again. My credentials. Thank you for the $2. For context, during the chat for like the device theory teaser announcement, like the release date announcement for part 3 that I released like a bit before part 3's actual release. Why did I say like that? My friend Guy donated like I think $1 or $2, and it seemed like, but then some like she donated a bit, but then basically I think she had to change cards after donating to my stream because I don't remember if it was actually like someone like stole her information or something, but fraud. I forget some of the full context of that, if like someone actually like stole her info after donating to my stream, but like that was I don't know like if the two like correlate in any way, but that was fucked up. I should make an hour-long video on why I hate Birdly. Got a question about the Device 3 teaser vid. Was that live action footage meant to be a POV shot of outside the bunker, right? That was cool. It's whatever you want it to be, really. When I made that teaser, that was one of those things where I kind of just wanted to make a thing that was gonna get people asking a lot of questions. I'm not gonna elaborate much more on it than that, but people really seemed to enjoy that one though, for what it was, and I'm really glad. Amazon auto-renewing Prime without asking me convinced my bank my identity was stolen and they canceled my card and sent me a new one, but it was literally right after I donated a single $1 to you. Yeah, that's what happened. Jesus. Redhead DJ, are you okay if I ask a more technical question about the video? Yeah, that works. I'm gonna be doing behind-the-scenes stuff later, so like technical questions are all well and good. I'm gonna be going into the technicals later. That teaser scared me. It was amazing. Thank you. I'm glad it scared you. I wanted it to be like a little bit spooky. Alright. I'm kind of trying to just wing it for this stream because I can tell my brain is still kind of like scattered, but I'm not feeling bad though. Yes, the question, how many After Effects layers? You think I use After Effects? I only have Premiere Pro. That's the only one I have. You would think I use After Effects, but I've never used it. I don't know how to, and I don't have it. If you had to be isekai'd into Deltarune, would you rather be isekai'd as Chris or Ralsei? That's a good question. I don't know. She doesn't have it. I think some people might want to know how to do this. How did you do that data moshing effect around the 5.5 hour? Oh, that's a good one. I didn't think about because I've prepared like several things to show off for behind the scenes later, but I didn't actually consider the 5.5 the data moshing thing. I could show that off in a bit actually, maybe, but it's a whole process and it's kind of it's a bit time consuming and there's a lot of like file exporting and stuff, but the gist of it is I use a program called Avidemux. That's let me type that out for you. I use this program for data moshing where basically what I do is I export the clip that I want to data mosh, I throw it in there, I export it as I think it's called Xvid. And then in the settings of that there are things called iframes, and those are responsible for whenever there's like a pretty like sharp cut from one thing to another in a video. So you like max out the fucking interval like crazy for the iframes. Then you export that, put that version into Avidemux, remove all the iframes, and then export that. And that basically causes at least like some of the data moshing, but there's data moshing is a whole thing. There's like multiple techniques, but there's plenty of tutorials out there for how to do data moshing well and everything. That's at least one way that I do it, but there's a lot of different. It depends on like how you want to fuck up the video, but Avidemux is more or less the program I use for it. You use MS Paint. Oh, that might be for like maybe images, I would have to guess. How do you do data mosh a video through MS Paint? What would you do if Woody Theory was real? I mean, I could see it. Honestly, I don't think I would be too shocked. Because it's like... Because, I mean, the crux of Woody Theory is basically that the secret boss is cowboy-themed, which is like... That would go hard. I'm all for it. That would... It just sounds crazy because it's called Woody Theory. That's really the gist of it. OMG Maui Stows. Hello. Hello. Yeah, honestly I thought of a lot more connections that I've heard other people thought of. I thought iframes were just invincibility frames. Well, they're also that too. I've only ever data moshed with Notepad++. Oh yeah, no, Notepad is also a good one. That's the other thing I use sometimes if I want to like really make the video like all fucked up and more glitchy. But that's kind of more like general corruption. I think if we're talking like data moshing and really p-frame moshing, yeah, p-frame moshing also is really good. If Woody Theory turns out true, what's a Buzz Lightyear? I don't know, maybe Chapter 5. No, the real question is, what would you do if violence on TV was real? What if it wasn't Friend Inside Me? What if it was violence on TV? What if we get a Peter Griffin secret boss? Ever think about that? Violence on TV. A fight against the Family Guy. Fuck, why? Oh my god, no. My brain is... The voices have been invoked. My brain just said, Asgore and the Peter Griffin fit. That's how he appears in Chapter 3. Someone get on that right now. Toriel was fit! Have you not seen that art before? Did someone already do it? Chris Fitz. Oh my god. Well, I'm trying to keep my brain on track here, because again, for the billionth time, it has been a while since I've streamed, so I feel like I'm going like a million different places, but I know that's also just kind of how it goes. It's been an hour already, and I've just been kind of sitting here, talking with y'all. I don't mind though, because that's kind of with, so what's the deal with the Part 3 trailer? I don't know, make what you will of it. I'm not gonna tell you. Alright. You convinced me, I'll just squint while drawing. But hey, if you can find your glasses, that would definitely be better. Try not to push yourself too hard. Rudy Quag? No, don't do that to Rudy. Don't do that to Rudy. Will you make something like the Part 3 trailer again? It was so scary and cool. Well, maybe. If people liked the Part 3 trailer, then who knows? Maybe that'll motivate me to do more stuff like it. The Part 3 trailer was interesting. I don't want to go into like the how I made it. I won't be taking questions about like stuff like the specifically like the ARG and specifics about like what the original stuff I make means, but I will go into the fact that you know, the ARG and stuff does exist. Have you played Collective Unconscious yet? I have. I played a little bit of it with Moist a while ago. It was really good. What ARG? There are secrets in Part 3. There was an ARG in Part 3. Skull. Does Molly Stars enjoy Ribbit? I haven't played it, but I have heard a lot of good things about it. I've seen a bit of gameplay of it. Molly, what do you think of Moon RPG? I played that recently, actually. Yeah, that was really good. It's got me thinking a lot about just like a Deltarune, but also like general game design and stuff. It was really, really good when I played it. Molly, play Ribbit. I should play it, honestly. I think that's one thing I might get to pretty soon, because one thing I've been waiting to get around to was just playing some like fan games that I never got to play, which includes Undertale Yellow is like the main one. I gotta play that one. Now everyone's just spamming skulls in the chat. Let's fucking go. We gotta play the Deltarune MMO, yeah. Don't forget Connected, I think it's called. Molly Bars. There's Yellow, there was TS Underswap, I think it's called. I heard a bit about Outer Tail as well. But that one seems to be very mixed in terms of reception. I don't know if I'm gonna get to that one. Oh yeah, Delta Traveler, I've heard some good stuff about. Ribbit. Ribbit is also really good. Yeah. And so those are the main ones that I really want to get to, is Ribbit, Undertale Yellow, and maybe TS Underswap. Holy fuck, Molly, check shitpost. Oh god. What have you people done? What is that image? Angel of Art, what is... Oh my god. Hang on. Oh my god. Did you guys know I can do that really on point? The Chris Griffin, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Fucking... I haven't even gone to the behind-the-scenes stuff yet, guys. I've just been chatting with y'all, but that is what I wanted. You guys... Oh my god. Horrid image. Amazing. Why does... Molly, what's your browser theme? It's rad. It's a pretty custom one. I did, because Firefox just lets you like customize the colors and stuff really, like by a ton. So I made up all the colors myself. There's no like specific theme that I found. Sanest Undertale Deltarune art, true. There we go. All right. This makes Story of Family Guy so much more special. Would you play a Yume Nikki fan game about a homeless girl? I'll play any Yume Nikki fan game, honestly, but the homeless girl thing does sound really interesting. I think I remember you telling me about your idea for one like some streams ago. Did you actually share art of it in my server? You might have. Yes, I think you did. I don't know. If it's a way, yeah, yeah, if you shared the art that I think you shared in there, it looks really good so far. You got the art style down super well. What do you think of a Yume Nikki fan game about a little rabbit thing? I came up with some concept for that like a week ago. Anything with a rabbit in it, I'm more than willing to play. If it's anything I love, it's Yume Nikki fan games and bunnies. Molly stars when Molly Galaxies enters the room. Scary. And greetings, just passing by to tell you your stuff is insane. Great stuff. Thank you so much. Alright, it has been an hour, and I hate bunnies. That's fucked up, why would you say that? But it has been an hour and 10 minutes now, so I think I should actually start getting into the behind-the-scenes part of it. Again, apologies if this has been a very, like, all-over-the-place type of stream. Especially with, like, the introduction and everything. I've been... Again, I have not streamed in a while, so I'm trying to just sort of get my brain into it, but I'm getting used to reading chat again now, which is good. Others probably already mentioned, but the section about SMP in Part 3 is amazing. Thank you so much. I had a lot of fun doing that part of it as well. Doing the filming for that was kind of nightmarish, but I got it to work. Molly Universe? Like, Steven? Perhaps. When I was a lot younger, I identified a lot with Steven when I watched that show. I think when my friend group got to know me at first, I used, like, Steven profile pictures all the time when I was younger, so I think for a while my friend group just inherently associated Steven with me. Like, they associated me with Steven because of that. Your art is so good, by the way. Your videos are unbelievable. I have so much inspiration and have no idea how you organize and manage and plan these projects. Thank you so much. I always try to go really hard on, like, really anything that I do. So, to see people are recognizing the art and everything means a ton. I don't know either how I managed to get all this stuff out, but I think it's just the fact that I work really, really fucking fast. And, I don't know, workaholic moments, I guess. I just have a lot of fun making things. Did someone just say Amori? The game I was obsessed about to the point of making this damned gimmick account? I don't know, did someone say Amori? I don't think I did. Oh, also the description of madness, just wow. I mean, you don't have to thank me for that. Thank Bramblesand for that one. It is a really good post. I said Leafy Amori to the I Hate Bunnies comments. Oh, right, okay, true. But yeah, for the people that weren't here earlier, the gist is, my break's been good. I want to try to get to the behind-the-scenes stuff soon. I should probably be right back in a bit, actually, to refill my water, because I forgot to do that before the stream for some reason. But the gist of it is, I'm doing good. Ever since Part 3 came out, I've been very happy with the reception of it. The break's been going good. I got to see one of my partners out of state for a while. I might show some pictures of that. Or maybe not, I don't know. I showed a couple of the pictures on one of my community posts, actually. The very rare IRL appearance for me. Yeah, drink your water, chat. Remember to drink water, you know? Take care of yourselves and everything. I'd be scared if you made an 8-hour video series out of pure hatred. I mean, you'd be surprised how much hatred can motivate people. You know, I was around YouTube when the thing back then was to be like a snarky video game reviewer that like hates and nitpicks everything. You know, there'd be people out there who would make like several hour-long videos talking about how much they hate a specific game. The like several-part video series that Clement made about why he hates Sonic 06 comes to mind. AVGN like stuff, yeah. Though not even just AVGN, that was just like a thing. Hello, I love this model and I'm glad your break has been good. Thank you. Yeah, it's, you know, now that I've had a couple months to really think about Part 3, now that it's out, I'm really happy with how it turned out, and, the angry video game nerd's influence was tarnished by whiny edgelords. The angry video game nerd is too powerful to have his influence tarnished. The thing about AVGN is he's fucking timeless to me. You know, like, because he never really made, like, any, like, fucking tasteless jokes or whatever. Like, everything that going back to those old videos, it's like, it still holds up so well. His influence, like, I don't know, they may have tried to tarnish his influence, but he just keeps pulling through. He's the GOAT. But, yeah, now that it's been a couple months since Part 3 came out, What do you think about reactions, like reaction videos to your vids? If it's from a channel that's not like fucking like hundreds of thousands of subscribers more than me, then I'm fine with it. Because I know the general thing is, oh, well, the video's gonna get more exposure if it's from a really big creator. That's not really a thing. There is like pretty much no carryover because because the people there aren't really interested in the video itself. They're interested in what the person watching the video has to say. Those are two very different things. So if it's from like a channel smaller than mine, I'm more than fine with it. If it's like a little bit bigger than mine, I'm also fine with it. If it's like in the hundreds of thousands or millions, though, you know, no thanks. I'd like, you know, like a shout out would probably just be better in that regard. My favorite video in that archetype is Yeek, a postmodern RPG. Oh yeah, I haven't watched like full videos about it. I think the most I've seen is Andrew's like streams of it here and there. Reaction channel subs. I've already seen the video and the reaction, so why go back to watch the OG? Exactly. Yeah. Where he recommend. I loved the Jax Films approach, where he recommends showing the start. Yeah, that's a really good approach too. Actually, just like show a bit of it, but just, you know, tell the viewers, hey, go watch the rest of it if you like it. What's that series on Sonic 06 you referenced earlier? It's a really old one. It's from a YouTuber called Clement, who did like basically just like a lot of Let's Plays of the entire Sonic series. I don't know what he's up to right now, but I watched a lot of him when I was younger, when I was like deep in my Sonic phase. I heard a demo for the new version. It's still getting new versions? Damn. The birds are chirping outside. But yeah. It's been a couple months since Part 3 came out, and one thing I wanted to talk about on this stream before I go into like the behind-the-scenes stuff is like... it is just sort of how I feel about it now. Which kind of leads me to think, you know, what another thing I want to ask y'all. I would say, because I feel very happy with how Part 3 came out, and I think it left a really good impact on people in general, from what I could tell, and from how people have talked about it, which really means a ton, and I'm very glad that it, you know, resonated with people so much. Although, one thing that I knew I was going to be going into with Part 3, you know, before I go proper into the behind-the-scenes stuff, and I'm kind of talking about behind-the-scenes stuff, but just, why is my model not moving? My model is not moving, what the fuck? What's up? Is it? Hang on. I might know why. I don't know why it's doing that. Hang on a moment. Oh. Oh, there we go. The model is rebelling. Fuck. That's scary. Okay, no, there we go. It's fixed. I don't know what that was. I think my internet probably just had like a little hiccup or something. We told you it was gonna rebel against you. It's my internet rebelling. If it was rebelling against me, it wouldn't be moving the lips. Also, now it's kind of off center. Hang on a moment. There we go. That's better. There we go. But yeah, I'm really happy with how it turned out. But one thing that I knew about it going into it was that I knew it wouldn't be a perfect theory, because with how long it was going to take to make, especially, I knew things were just going to change about people's like opinions on the game and on certain theories. So I do wonder, because one thing I want to do as well with this stream when catching up is, I am curious what kind of stuff people actually disagreed with in Part 3. Because I know there was a couple standout things. High-res Molly Stars? Well, I don't know how high-res it is. It's higher quality. I know the main things people disagreed with in Part 3, I think, were, like, second voice stuff, and a couple things about, like, what I thought of Gaster. I disagreed on the part that you confirmed that Molly Stars is woke. Honestly, true. But I hope the whole game doesn't have to come out to experience everything. In terms of, like, replaying and stuff. I mean, I feel like because I know Toby originally intended for the whole... I think his original plan was release the Chapter 1 demo and then wait until literally the rest of the game was done to release it. Which would have been hell for us, but, I think at the end of the day, we're gonna kind of have to experience it, like, in its intended form only when the game is actually done. I think Gaster can be evil in some way. I don't think Gaster is a harmful presence intentionally, but he still can be evil. I'm, like... I don't think I would hate the idea of him being evil. But I feel like I kind of want more to Gaster being evil than just, like, him being symbolism for the devil, basically. I don't know, I feel, at least personally, I feel like I want it to be deeper than that, if that's the route that it's gonna be going. That's kind of how I feel about it. Have you listened to the unreleased stuff from the last newsletter? I have, and it was really interesting and fun to listen to. I don't have much of, like, a big comments about it, though. Also, hi Molly, I love your videos that make me so happy. Thank you so much, Ursa. I honestly agree with most stuff, albeit I'm skeptical we go further into the Dark Worlds than a single nested fountain. Yeah, no, I don't think we'll go, like, super deep. I know that's another thing people disagreed with, because I think the depths is, like, a more popular take in terms of, like, what darker than dark means. Which is funny, because I feel like people... Something I like to think about is, what if... Because the depths are very well substantiated. One thing I like to think about, though, is they technically still aren't canon. They're just a very good theory about it. So I wonder what it would be like if the depths turns out to not be the take, ultimately. But I know another thing people disagreed with was, like, the darker worlds. But yeah, no, I think if that ever happens, I don't think it'd go any further than, like, one more layer deeper, basically. I don't think it'll go, like, super, like, 1 million fountains deep, but, like, if it ever... I feel like it'd be the kind of thing that's, like, a pretty, like, short, but super impactful moment, basically, of, like, really taking that, like, the concept further of, like, a darker world, if that is what's going to actually happen. Yume Freaky Dark World would be Yume Freakier. True. I think Gaster would only be evil in the sense of him actively disregarding the actual desires and wants of the characters in the pursuit of his own tunnel vision better future. That is a way to look at it, yeah, for sure. I think... Though at the same time, I can tell it's like he also does care a lot about those characters, so... I guess it depends. We still don't know entirely, like, what his, like, morals are, I think. I made a pretty good, like, estimates, but, you know, we never really know for sure what that's going to look like. You know, until we actually get to see and hear more from Gaster in-game. I don't personally think Image Friend is going to be some super powerful being or super important, but then again, I don't know what it is going to be either. I've seen a take that, like, Image Friend might not really be, like, a secret boss type, but not really, like, unimportant either. I think I remember seeing a take that basically he's kind of in his own league. Or rather, they're in their own league, basically, compared to the secret bosses. Because of the fact that they're, like, a device thing. Which, I don't know why I never thought of it like that. Like, they're just, like, on a different level compared to the secret bosses. Not too important, not too unimportant. Well, not necessarily like that, but more so, like, just kind of, like, because I remember seeing a bit, either before or after Part 3 came out, people coming up with, like, basically their own, like, device beings. Aside from, like, device friend. I remember seeing that on Twitter, which was really fucking cool, and I'm like, that was one of those things that I never, like, considered for some reason. Are you gonna do a stream of the new chapters when they release? No, I don't think I will. I may do, like, a recording of my blind playthrough, but I'm not going to stream it because I am dead set on avoiding spoilers. I'm going to be, like, straight up, like, disconnecting the fucking Ethernet cable and shit when those chapters come out, because I want to just go into it as blindly as possible when they come out. Alright. Where to begin with? There's so much to talk about. I know this one's going to be a long one too, because there's so much I still haven't talked about, but, you know. I am glad to see how many people are in chat, though, recently, in the stream so far. It means a ton. Thank you all for joining in. Even if I haven't gotten to, like, you know, the meat of the stream just yet, it means a ton to see people, you know, hopping in, talking with me, like, you know, engaging in conversations and stuff. It's been a while since I've streamed, so I'm very happy to see how many people have joined in already for this. Alright. I'm going to actually probably be right back real quick because I need to refill my water, but once I'm back, I think we're going to start probably actually going into the behind-the-scenes stuff proper, since I've already pretty much given my very scattered, you know, just summary of where I've been and what I've been doing. I've been doing good, though, more or less. There've been a couple emotional slumps here and there, but I am holding up, and I'm kind of slowly getting my footing back creatively. I'm hoping from here on that I'm able to balance out YouTube and personal project stuff a lot more from here on. So, but you know, I'm kind of focusing on another project at the moment, but once I have more work done on that, I'm gonna try to hopefully get back to videos soonish. That's the current plan. I'm gonna probably get like deeper into it once it's more closer to the end of the stream, if anything. But yeah, for the time being, I'm gonna be right back real quick. You know, make sure my head is a bit clearer and refill my water. So, BRB. Just give me a couple minutes. What? Alright. I am back already. I just had to get water, so it was only just a little bit of time. Oh my god, someone did Asgore Peter Griffin in my fucking server. I don't know how to pronounce this person's name. I'll just put it in chat. But... hang on. What? If I can... I have to, like, drag it from this window into the other one. Fucking... Yet again, from my server. God damn it. Alright. Peter Dreamer. This goes hard as fuck. I'm gonna cause him harm. They whitewashed him. Check the fan art channel. There's another one. There's two of them. One from Ferns. God damn it. Thank you for the curse start. There's another one in shit posting. I think I just shared that one, didn't I? Oh my god, Lily. Okay, from Lily. I might have to move the... At this point, I'm gonna have to, like, fucking... There's Onion-san. We got Chris. We got Asriel as Chris Griffin, but Chris as Meg? I guess Onion-san as Stewie. Oh god, this is amazing. Thank you all so much for the art. This is really fucking good. So this was supposed to be a behind-the-scenes stream, and here we are sharing Deltarune Family Guy. Violence on TV. Oh my god. But yeah, I am back now with my water though, so... Wake up! Hello FaZe. Alright. Are we completely past asking questions about theories? This is a general Q&A stream, so I'm open to taking questions about, like, either theories or myself in general. This is just a general Q&A thing, because it's been a while since I streamed, and I just want to, like, you know, get the engine running again, so to speak, with streaming, because, again, it has been a while. So, you know, I keep saying it a lot, but do forgive me if it's a little bit scatterbrained. Alright. How is Gaster in the Programmingly reviving? I don't know. I would hope doing pretty alright. Molly, opinion on Skibbity? No comment. Alright. Now that I'm back with it, and, you know, we got... What's your real address in? I feel like I probably have answered... Didn't it give my exact coordinates in the AMA? People can probably look that up. Alright. Oh yeah, also I have to put the name of the person that did the first Asgore Peter Griffin. The name was this person. I put the name in chat. I don't know how to pronounce it, but thank you to that person for the first one of them that I showed. What to do? Where to begin? I think I should start, you know, really going into the behind the scenes now. Okay, I have the first uni test tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Wish me luck. Good luck, Pancake. Good luck on the test. I hope you do well on it. Yeah. It seems there was only like a couple things that people really disagreed with in part 3. But more or less I think I already talked about it at this point. I am really glad that there's stuff that people disagree with, because if I was completely right about everything and people agree with everything, I feel like that would just be like... I feel like that would have meant that that wasn't like bold enough in some ways. After the behind the scenes, I think you should play Black Ops Zombies. Oh my god, if I could on this PC, I absolutely would. I haven't played it in so long. But, I know the main thing is, ever encountered Car Observer? I haven't played it yet, but I have a friend that really wants me to play it, so I want to see if I can make some time for Jan and I to play it, to you know, for Jan to see my reaction to it when I get to play it. Hang on. Alright, yeah, if there's any meowing, sorry, that's one of our cats meowing. Alright. But yeah, I think I've already gone over just like how I've been doing. At this point, it's been like, an hour and a half now. Talk about how I feel about part 3 now. I've more or less mentioned I'm very happy with how it turned out. I wouldn't really change anything about it at this point, even with its imperfections and even with the things that people disagree with. I think at this point, I think the fact that people disagree with it kind of means that it really left the impact that I wanted it to. I wanted it to really just produce a lot of discussion, more or less, and I think if people disagree with it, then that means there's more ways for it to be built upon from this point on, and I think that means a ton, more than really anything else. Like, if people agree with everything in it, I feel like that would have meant that the video wasn't quite bold enough. Especially because, like, I guess the point with part 3 was never really that, when do you think Chapter 3 will release personally? At this point, like, early 2025, I think. December is, like, my copium answer, but, like, I think realistically it's, like, maybe early spring or something. But yeah, I think the point with part 3 was never really to make, like, the objectively correct theory video about everything. Because I knew that it's, like, I knew when I wrote the script in January some things were going to be out of date, and it technically already was because of the fucking Valentine's letter, from, like, the unknown character. December holiday, December, December. But, like, I know one of the, I know, like, again, like, one of the things people disagree with, for example, was, like, the second voice stuff. Because by the time part 3 came out, there was a take that, like, Chris might have been the second voice. But by the time I wrote part 3, that wasn't really much of a thing. Like, I'm certain that if I wrote the script in July or something, I would have accounted for that, for example. But I bet you that even if I did, there probably... Did you just have that ready? Yes, I did. But... I feel like even if I think the whole thing with part 3 was no matter how much I tried to account for everything, there were just going to be changes in how people saw the game over time to where it would inevitably be dated, and there would have been... I think it's one of those things where you're not going to please everyone with it. So therefore, I think the point with part 3 was never really, like, to... What are the cats' names, please? The one that's meowing right now, her name's Misha. Like, Misha. Something like that. Probably, like, Misha maybe works for you, I don't know. But I think the thing with part 3 that I feel about it now is I tried my best to make a very, like, well-substantiated and, like, the closest, like, approximation to, like, a perfect theory, so to speak, knowing that it would be still imperfect regardless. It was my best crack at, like, making the most thorough take on the game I could possibly make, basically. But I think how I feel about part 3 now is I'm just very glad to finally put it behind me. And I think I go over that in the outro anyway, in that, like, I'm ultimately just happy that it's out of my head. It's not my problem anymore, it's everyone else's. I'm glad there's, like, and, like, even for the things that people disagree with on it, that means that, like, that doesn't mean that I'm, like, that my fucking opinions are, like, unchangeable, or, like, can't be challenged or whatever. Like, I am open to new interpretations on the game and everything. So, like, I think that's how I feel now, is, after taking a couple months off, I'm just happy it's out of my head. I just had an idea. Could it be possible to have a Dark World to enter Dragon Blazers to find Noelle's strange door? I've thought about something like that before. I would really love something like that, honestly. I hope something like that happens. I definitely do think that if there's a video game Dark World, it'd be Noelle-themed. I mean, if you look at the Chapter 4 screenshot, it is a Noelle one. And I remember there was actually this concept art of, like, Susie playing, like a Game Boy sort of thing. Like, do you remember that concept art? It was, like, from years ago. I think it's... I don't know if it's in the same concept art where she's, like, like just like throwing her cup into the bowl of punch. But I know there was like some concept art of her like playing like a handheld console. So I don't know, maybe there's something like that. A dark world at Noelle's house is basically a given. God, I hope. I really hope so. The splash effect should be violent. The splash effect should be violent. The delta effect should be device. But yeah, I think that's where I'm at now. So I've pretty much gone over the initial bullet points. You know, caught everyone up on how I'm doing. Been working on some things behind the scenes that aren't videos, and I'm just happy with how everything has turned out. You know, I can't really say anything that I haven't already said in part 3 itself at this point. Which means, I think it's time for me to just get into the behind the scenes now. It's been an hour and 40 minutes, I really should get to it. I'm glad everyone's doing well, though. I'm glad to finally be back to streaming, and I hope to keep it up from here on. But we should really just get to the behind the scenes now, because I have a lot of shit I want to show y'all. I don't even know where to begin, because there's a lot of stuff I could show. I think the obvious thing is I should just show off the video itself and how I made it. And there's 3 things that I've set up here for the behind the scenes of part 3. And I'm also open to taking questions about the general thought process behind part 3 and stuff, because this is one of those cases where I'm usually very like secretive, or just kind of, I guess, like, yeah, just generally secretive about how I make things or why I make a certain thing. Can you show us The Sopranos? I mean, that would probably get the stream completely nuked, so I don't think I could show off The Sopranos. I do need to watch The Sopranos, though. But I'm gonna, you know, start going into the behind-the-scenes stuff, so this is also a Q&A type of stream, too, so if anyone has questions about the process of Part 3, how I made it, what it was like working on it, what have you, feel free to ask them, shoot them, what have you. And can I join the stream and just dream about SCPs for 6 hours? That would go hard. Probably not on this stream, though. My brain is scatterbrained as is. What's the thing with The Sopranos being a meme even for people who haven't even seen it? I think it's just in that genre of just, like... I mean, how many people have seen, like, seen a memes of Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, for instance, and they haven't seen the shows, right? I think it's just one of those things where you may not have seen the source material, but it's just very easily memeable. What was your favorite thing to make? Ooh, I don't know. What was my favorite thing to make? There's a lot of stuff I liked making for this, but I think... Yeah, I think my favorite thing probably, it was working on, like, the secrets for part 3. And doing, like, the ARG for it. That was one of my favorite things. If we're talking about the video itself, though, I did have a lot of fun working on, like, the different diagrams and the different, like, device interpretations and shit. I had a lot of fun doing that. I also had a lot of fun doing the animation for Section 1, when, you know, there's, like, the transition into editor/neat Molly. I had a lot of fun with that, and actually, I think I should start with this. I have to put this... There we go. This screenshot here is a rough production timeline of how long it took to edit part 3. So, like, you know, sorted from April to August. The Molly avatar swap was a nice twist. I had a lot of fun doing it. That was one of those things that was, that didn't come to me until I was basically editing the video. And I don't know what came over me, but I felt like I needed that, like, bait and switch, because it was originally going to be genuinely just a lot lighter of a twist. Hang on. It was originally going to be, like, a lot lighter of a twist, but I kind of felt like I needed it to really kind of be this moment in the video, basically, where it's like, where like, yeah, you got what you wanted, but I didn't get what I wanted, more or less. It added a cool breaking the fourth wall effect vibe to the rest of the video. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it was the kind of thing that really just... I feel like it's the kind of thing that, like, I wanted it to take people by surprise, and I'm very glad I got to keep it, like, a secret up until the video's release, basically. Because I'm really glad it had that effect on people, for sure. But... yeah, I mean, I did share this timeline, like, around the time that Part 3 came out. My favorite part about the Neat Molly moment is the song that played. Yeah. I can tell you probably a least favorite part of working on Part 3, or working on videos in general. Man, song choices are a pain in the ass for me. Because one of the things, because like, there have been times with Part 3 especially where I think I have spent, like, over an hour working, like, trying to figure out, like, what song to pick for a specific moment. That shit can get me stumped for a while, because I'm so fucking picky about, like, the general atmosphere of the video and the feeling of it. So it's like, sometimes I'm just like, I need such a specific feeling for this one moment. I will go through, like, dozens of fucking songs sometimes just to get the right one. That's one thing I can say about that. That's, like, a least favorite. But I was ultimately... Why edgy character art change? So dramatic. Wow. It's almost like you're watching a video and the point is to entertain you, or something. Oh yeah, my favorite song for Part 3 was the lower pitch H2O HCL. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of the times as well, I would also just, like, change the pitch and stuff for the songs in the video, because I've gotten a hell of a habit as well for, like, being like, hey, if this doesn't sound, like, quite there on its own, why don't I just slow it down a bit, or, like, add this effect to it? What's the process of making the custom music for the video? It's it's really, I more or less just kind of wing it a lot of the time when it comes to that. It kind of just depends on, like, what is the mood I'm going for. I'll often just do a lot of the custom music, like, in Adobe itself. So just, you know, just try this speed, add this effect to it, what have you. Thank you, very entertaining, you're the best. Thank you, Michael. Wing? But yeah, it's more, it was a lot of just kind of, like, winging it when it came to you know, like, changing and, like, doing stuff to the music for it. I guess it also helps as well with the content ID stuff. You know, if I add effects to it, it makes it hard for YouTube to be, like, very picky, I guess. What is the... oh yeah, that's that's the please hold thing. But yeah, this is the general timeline. April was pretty much entirely section 1. May was sections 2 and 3, pretty much. June was finishing section 3 and then doing section 4, apparently. Yeah, and then at the end of June, I took a bit of a break to work on the secret video stuff, the Golby video. If you don't know about that, you can check a certain channel in the homepage of this one for that one. I'll show that off a bit later too, but... if I ever pause here and there, it's just because I need to drink water, because this is one of those, like, you know, I'm talking for 6 hours straight streams, so... yeah, this is the general timeline of Part 3's production. I wrote the script in January, I did the audio in February, and then I took a little bit of a break in March for like, various reasons. But from April to August, it was just a grind, basically, to get the whole thing out. So it took until... it took more or less, like, 4 months to edit the whole thing. Cool that you kept the record of it. Yeah, because I was genuinely curious, like, how long was this going to take to do? I'm really glad that I got it out in the way that I did, honestly, because I was ready for this to take even longer than it ultimately ended up taking, but I am very happy that I managed to get this out, like, you know, like, around the midpoint of the year, more or less. A bit past it, rather, but, you know. Alright. But yeah, that's more or less what I have to show for the production timeline. It I'm more than open to taking questions about just like the general work ethic of it, because I know some people are. I remember getting some comments about just like how the fuck did I manage to do this in 4 months? How is the day-to-day process of actually making the video? Yeah, like I want to get into the overall mentality of working on it. 4 months to edit a video must have been draining. Good thing you took that break. Yeah, I took a break in the middle of like editing the whole thing, and I ended up taking this like much longer break as well, because I think the break I took here, it was less of a break from editing the video and more of a break from like editing. It was less of a break from working and more of a break from part 3, because I was still working on the secret video during that break. That's why I needed the break for. So yeah, no, that I'm still. I've kind of reached the point where it's like I can't really explain how I work the way I do. I think it's just that my work ethic is so, and especially I think it was because also out of necessity I needed my work ethic to be like so much more fucking optimized for part 3, because I knew how fucking huge this one was gonna be, which leads me to the first thing that I want to show off for this whole thing, which is, well, oh god, this is all above my model. Why did I do it like that? This is this is the project file for part 3. As you can see. So this is, I think, the crux of the behind the scenes stuff for the whole thing. And all right. Gonna mute all these here because I don't want to have to hear myself talking while going through this, but this is where it all happened. How in God's name did you render it? I'm gonna get to that in a moment, but I don't know if this was asked before, but how did you come up with the little character you use in the videos? I came up with it through like a variety of inspirations. I made the character in late 2021. It was more or less just like the culmination of like a lot of the stuff I was inspired by and going like, like what's the stuff that I like the most aesthetically, and just kind of putting it all together. It was basically just a lot of like aesthetics and stuff in my mind that kind of came together into what is the most me-core thing design that I could make at the moment. Because that was around the time that I even like came up with the alias Molly Stars, so the Sona and the alias kind of came a bit hand in hand, more or less. But yeah, how did you render it? I will get to that in a bit. How was the day-to-day process of actually making the video? Yeah, so the one thing that I want to say, did you split your project into multiple timelines, one for each section? Correct, that is what I did. I think I want to start by going through all of how the fuck I organized this thing, right? Let's start with this part here. So originally parts 1 and 2 were in a different project file, because originally all of the device theory was one project file, but I ended up making a separate one for part 3 alone because of how big it ended up becoming. So, I'll start from the bottom up here, I think. So this is like all my Undertale stuff. These were the files of the playthrough. Pretty basic stuff, similar stuff in the Deltarune folder. Playthrough, screenshots, all the technical stuff, what have you. This is where I had all the emotes for my Sona. This is all of the music. A lot of the stuff didn't get used in the video, but shit ton of music, sound effects, and all the audio, and yeah, here's a whole bunch of the assets. So I don't know if there's anything that I have to no, I don't think there's much of anything I have to keep like super secret here. But, yeah. There's a lot of shit in this one, because this is basically all the visual stuff. What's something you didn't use that you really wanted to? Surprisingly, I don't think there's anything that went, like, actually, like, super unused in this one. Not that I can think of off the top of my head. I think everything that I had planned was, like, I knew exactly what I needed, and I didn't want to do too much more than that. Really like the character in the videos. It's like those other commentary YouTubers, but the slight animation adds so much more life to it. Thank you. I am really glad that that's the case. I think the 2 frames, like, really helped a lot with it, kind of establishing the, I guess, identity of my Sona in a sense, aesthetically. But yeah, I don't think there's anything that ended up going, like, really unused for this video. Pretty much everything here turned out the way that what ended up being used the way that I wanted it to. I think everything in this folder by itself is just, like, these were the assets that I knew I was going to be needing quite a bit. I got a little bit messy by the outro, because at this point it's like the video's done, I'm just gonna fucking speedrun the end of it. What's the hell folder, you may be asking? I'm gonna get to that in a bit. This is all the filler backgrounds that I used throughout the video. Device, these were, like, all the different images of, like, you know, the boxes. This is for the SCP section. I did a lot of filming here. For nearly every section, I have a diagrams folder. If you're wondering what hell folder is, though, hell folder is basically a folder for every fucking asset that I know I'm never going to use again, but I need it in the video for like a small moment. These are numbered from 1 to, like, whatever, because that's just my way of organizing it. But basically, it's just the way of making sure that I don't have a bunch of assets that I know I don't need to use more than once. Yeah, so if there's ever a file like that, like an image or a video or something that's like, I know I only need it for that one bit, I throw it in hell after I'm done with it. You go to hell. What's men.png? Men is... I must speak to Kara. And then here is the original... yeah, here's the original Theme Brothers concept diagram. I think I made this back in, like, November of last year. It's interesting that you use folders in organizing your media. I just leave everything in the root. I could not do that for this, because the thing is, I knew when working on this specific... Oh yeah, by the way, men.png is Insomnia Gaster. Gaster from the comic Insomnia, I think it's called. But yeah, that's not what I want to zoom in on. Yeah, I used to do the same Redhead DJ, but I knew for videos that were going to be this big, I had to organize them, because the thing is, you might think, like, oh, I just have to name it a certain thing, and then I just search up the name in there. The thing is, you might think it's not that big of a deal to have to, like, go through all your files to find that one thing. When you're editing a video this big, that time adds up, right? You end up doing it numerous times, looking for that one thing you like, you know, you swear was here, you don't know where it is in that folder. So when you get to that point, it ends up just taking up to hours of time that you could have just spent editing the video itself instead of looking for assets. So, any funny files in here you can show us? Maybe? But there's so much stuff, and also I don't know how much of it I'm ready to show, but... Okay. So, that's the assets folder, that's like the other main important thing, but I did want to show off the sequences, because the sequences folder, this is basically just all the stuff here. This was the secret, one of the secret sequences, one of the teaser videos, this was another one of the teaser video sequences. So, here's how I basically went about editing this thing. Because I went about... I mentioned this in the update video for part in like the update video that I did back in March. Stopping in to say hi. I'm a bit busy at the moment. I'll check the VOD later. Take care, Puddle. Hope you're doing alright. This is Premiere, right? Yes, it is. But yeah, the thought process with this video was, I had to go about editing this thing not like it was one big 6-hour video, but more like I was editing several average-length videos for the channel. That's pretty much the mentality that I went with going into this video, is that I had to not think of it as this one big thing, or else I knew it was gonna fucking drive me insane. So, and also, you know, it would be easier to do that anyway, because rendering this would be a lot easier. Because what you're gonna see here is... Can you tell by the way when I started to learn what nested sequences were in this timeline? Because you'll see in like all the other ones, I use a shit ton of nested sequences. Also, there's some offline stuff, sadly, but credit to Toffee Bun for this. I have been editing videos since 2015 rather. I started using Premiere Pro since 2016. It took me until earlier this year to really start using nested sequences because I didn't really know how they worked. And if you want to understand anything, if there's anything you need to understand about how I make things and how I use like software for making shit, I'm kind of a barbarian about it, in the sense that it's not that I look for the most efficient way to do it, it's that if I just need the most like direct hands-on way to do it. What is that one part of the video that uses the most assets? I would argue probably section 1, because of how many different like diversions there are, or rather like how many different like detours there are in it between the SCP bit and the super hot bit. And also, you know, the fact that I did a whole ass animation for that. I'm gonna have to leave to sleep now, so good night. I'll be watching the VOD tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you for joining me, V-Ferns. Have a good rest. But, I had my entire meta-narrative video in one timeline, but I did render it in 4 separate parts. My computer just didn't have the RAM to do it in one go. Yeah, I mean, you put a lot of work into that one, so I could totally see it for sure. Oh my god, congestion. I love congestion. But yeah, I didn't really take advantage of nested sequences because basically, to understand here, if you don't know what nested sequences are, a nested sequence is basically, let's say, let's use like just this for example, right? Like, just this alone, right? Everything on screen here is one thing that I can drag around, right? Because this is a nested sequence. When this is not nested, what happens is the green box, the yellow box, and the cyan box, and also the text are all separate things. If you can imagine, keyframing 4 separate things is kind of a lot of time to spend, and nested sequences are there to make sure that you just combine them all into one thing, and it treats it as one thing that you can just move around all at once. Which means, up until around here in section 1, I was doing... where the fuck... I was doing... If it can... hang on. Oh, hang on. The layers need to be... I was doing all of this shit. Like, all of this was separate assets. The text was separate. The box was separate. The gameplay was separate. I was just... Is it like merging layers in R programs? It's kind of like that, yeah. Up to this point, I was basically just moving not just the green box, but like the black, you know, like the black, you know, screen beneath it to give the illusion that it's like, you know, like a hole into reality kind of thing. I was doing all of this separately for like fucking 8 years. And yeah, nested sequences were one of those things that saved me a lot of fucking time making this video. I think it would have added like probably another month to how long this thing took to make if I didn't know about this like while working on part 3. Because you have to understand, the thing with me is I don't look for the most efficient way, I just look for a way to do it. Because no matter how long it takes to do it, I will make it work. If I find a way to do it, it's fine with me. That does tend to change sometimes when it comes to like something like programming, maybe. Because you know, like optimizing your code is a big fucking deal. But yeah, no, when it came to like editing or music and stuff like that, I don't know shit about like, like what kind of like keybinds there are, or what kind of shortcuts to use to do this thing in the program. I often just kind of go with like, do I see the button? Do I see the thing on the screen? Does it work? I will just do that. It's a habit I need to work on, and I did work on it quite a bit for this because I needed to optimize my fucking workflow for this one. So yeah, and someone asked earlier what the day-to-day process was of editing this thing. I think the way that I did it was, that's one part of it, is I basically had to think about it like I was editing multiple videos and not just one, in order to kind of help my brain kind of compartmentalize everything a bit more easily so I didn't get too overwhelmed. But I think someone asked like how I rendered this thing, and that's where I get to go over like exactly what the sequences were. And now that I mentioned the nested sequences, oh god. It's taking a bit to load that. Okay. Here is a list of all of the fucking nested sequences in part 3. Once I learned of them, I used a shit ton of them. So yeah, I put them all in a different folder, and I organized them by what timestamp they appear. How many MollyTuber files are in the Molly folder? There are the normal emotes and the neat emotes, and I think the Rousey ones are in there too, or maybe not. If it works, we ball. Yeah, that's pretty much the mentality of it. But now I can show off like exactly how I rendered this. So if you go in the assets, if you go deep enough in here, yeah, around here, you'll notice that I have MP4s of every section, pretty much. So what I did was, each section is its own sequence, but there is another one called TDT3F. This is the final sequence. This is the full video that I put up on YouTube. So what I did was I exported each sequence each section individually, and then stitched them together in here with like the patron secrets and what have you. Have you seen Yummy Nikki the musical? I don't think I have. Does the Ending Molly have its own folder? Ending Molly, do you mean which Ending Molly? Do you mean like this, or this? The surprising thing is that I never used those in my video at all. Each of those backgrounds had like 7 video layers on the timeline. Oh my god. I mean, I get it though. That's what I mean, is like it took me so long to even get around to doing nested sequences because I just didn't know what they were. So it's like I can't even judge you for that. I forgot I still have full control over that Maui in the end. Oh yeah, you do. You have the file, the executable for it. One day I want to have a little character from my videos that's this gender when I make a real channel that's not a silly gimmick. I do hope you get to do that. It's fun having a Sona, honestly. I've had a lot of fun doing stuff with her. And it is October, so I need to come up with, I need to do the costume for her this year. Although, since I'm not going to be doing, like, a Halloween special thing, I'm probably not going to go too hard on, like, the branding side of things, but I do know what costume to give her this year. I'm keeping it a secret, though, until until I actually make the drawing for it. Also, hello, Seeks animations and stuff. Happy Spooky Month. Hello. Y'all aren't ready. Yeah, no, I don't think they are. But yeah, no. Pretty much what I did was I had to take each of these like sections, export each one as a different thing. Last year you were Rousey. No, yeah, last year was Rousey, and the year before was also Rousey. But this year I'm doing not a Deltarune character. You'll see. But yeah, the gist of it is the way I made the video was that I basically just had each section as its own thing, rendered each one, exported each one, and then exported them by just stitching them together into one thing. So more or less, it's gonna be probably like what I'm gonna do if I ever do like a supercut of the whole series in the future. I don't know how interested people are in that, but that is something I've thought about, is maybe putting parts 1 and 3 together into like one big thing. You know, just since, you know, now that the whole series is done. All right. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the process of making this video is kind of a blur to me now because of just how hard I went on working on it. But I didn't want to show it off because it's just such a big thing, and I'm sure people have a lot of questions, or like at least some questions about like just the production of it. So like, again, if there's anything you're like curious about like a specific section, how I did it, what have you, I'm more than happy to take it. Because again, this is like a behind the scenes stream, but it's just also like a Q&A for like the part 3 production, how, you know, myself, Deltarune stuff, what have you. So yeah, I think that's the most I can say in terms of like the. Hello, Molly. Just wanted to say that your videos are amazing, and I hope you do more. Thank you. I do plan to get back to videos pretty soon. I've been taking a pretty solid break, but I am feeling more and more like creatively recharged over time, especially now that I'm working on another project, and you know, I'm like, my brain is like a refresh after working on something that isn't a YouTube video. Honestly, each section really surprised me in how many things I didn't think about it, and I was obsessing over this game for a while now. I am really glad to hear that, thank you. I did kind of want each section to have its own, like, identity, so to speak, because that was one of my biggest concerns, was, like... I think the main reason, like, it especially turned out to be so complex was I knew how big this video was going to be, and I felt like I wanted it to be more than just, like, me talking over a filler background for 6 hours. I wanted to go a lot harder than that, because it really felt like I wanted to do this theory and the ideas behind it justice as much as I could. And so I'm really glad that it kind of like surprised people, and I'm glad that each section kind of like, you know, resonated in different ways with people. I remember people said they really liked section 2, particularly the character analysis bit and the theme analysis section, which did surprise me because this was one of the ones I was more nervous about, actually. Especially because of how much, like, you know, I go over like backstories and stuff here. I was worried about this being too much summary or something, but no, people really liked it. One of my favorite bits was that Reddit post about the ants. The editing was really on point to get the point across. Very cool stuff. Thank you. I'm really glad you liked it. I was surprised you mentioned the Sopranos SCP, since it's been years since I read it and it was one of my favorites. The pacing of the video was amazing too. It didn't even feel like 6 hours. That means a ton. Thank you so much. I could show off the Gmod bit too, because I could go over how I did that, maybe. Because that's one part that I definitely toiled a bit with. Hello, Molly. I'm a big fan. Hope to be so gender someday. What if you already are, though? Molly, we need to read more meta SCPs together. We do. Honestly, I think it would go really hard. We need to just have you rambling on stream for like 6 hours about SCPs. Not a lot of people talk about the more meta side of the characters and story analysis. Most theories are more lore-oriented. Yeah, and I feel like in the future, if I ever do more theory stuff, I want to see if I can incorporate more of that. Because I am very, like, objective in terms of, like, how I do theories. Especially with, like, some of my other ideas for Deltarune videos, I feel like I'm going to take a similar approach in some ways, where it's like, I want to be very matter-of-fact about, like, the facts behind it and what we have. But that's something I'm gonna, like, you know, save for a bit later. But hi Molly, how are you doing? Just wanted to say that TNT Part 3 may be just the best video I've ever seen on YouTube. Thank you so much. I'm doing alright. I've been on break, but I'm doing pretty good. Been taking it easy, working on another project in the meantime. But I'm doing good, all things considered, just going over behind the scenes stuff. When it comes to Deltarune, it's understandable, though, seeing as we don't have the entire thing. One question about the release of Device Theory 3. What made you choose to release the video in full instead of release as a premiere? I didn't care either way, but I was surprised it wasn't a premiere. Okay. Yeah, I know some people asked if Part 3 was going to be a premiere. The main reason it isn't is because I don't have a lot of faith in how well they do in terms of, like, the first, like, 24 hours of the release, because you have to consider this is a 6-hour-long video. To this day, I am still getting comments from people saying that they're not finished with the video yet, or that they're almost finished with it. There is no way in hell I expect people to watch the whole thing in one sitting. And if the video were to be a premiere, if say, like, people can't make it to the first hour of release, but they see it's a premiere and it's already an hour in, they could skip back, but I feel like people would be inclined to just be like, you know, I'll just wait until the premiere is over and then watch it. So that's the first fourth of the day where, like, that a lot of people are going to probably tune out. And I don't want to do that to people. So I'm like, you know, I just want to, like, fucking put it out as is and let people watch it on their own time. I made a picture of T just to watch it in one sitting. Like, I know there's plenty of people that did and could watch it in one sitting, but I know there's a lot of people that didn't. Which is totally fucking fair. I did not expect people to... I didn't even expect it to do as well as it did, honestly. I was sure it would do good, but it is, like, the most well-performing video on my channel so far. It doesn't have, like, the most views, but it got those views very fast. So, like, I'm very thankful for that. I apologize, but I gotta go downstairs to munch. I'll be back if you're still streaming. Okay, take care, Moist. Love you too, Moist. Well, yeah, no, like, yeah, that's more or less the main reason, is I kind of just didn't want to, like, drive people away who, like, couldn't make it to the premiere or what have you. So I'm like, I'm just gonna put it out as is. No premiere or anything, just let people watch it on their own time. And I think that ultimately turned out for the better. Don't tell anyone, but she's working on a contract with every producer to make the love goal be a real thing. Who knows? Maybe. I'll get to Golby in a moment. I think a lot of you don't really know. I think for a lot of you, Golby is a pretty unfamiliar name. That is deep lore related to Part 3's ARG and stuff. Not even deep lore, but it's just, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Is the save file swapping proof of concept you made for the trailer a mini-mod of Deltarune or something else? I will say that I made that in Crystal, which is a fan game engine for Deltarune that uses Lua. Lua is a bit scary to me, but I did get a good hang of it eventually for that specific video. I'm not planning on making, like, a fan game mod of Deltarune or anything of the sort. I just know my way around, like, you know, programming, that sort of thing. But it was more or less a proof of concept for, like, the save swapping for, like... I mean, basically the intention for that teaser was more or less, like, I wanted to make something that would kind of embody... Oh, hang on, my dad's calling me again. I will have to be right back. real quick, because my dad needs something. So, I will try to be right back as quick as I can. What? Alright. I am back now. Sorry for the sudden leave. I had to... My dad called me for something, so I didn't want to keep him waiting. Alright. Yeah, Crystal is a fan game engine that I used for that teaser. Where was I? You guys get one secret. The checkerboard pattern has appeared before in some Molly-related media of the secret variety. So, Molly stars. Just how many stars are we talking? As many as you want. It's up to you, really. But, just had to bring it up. Your style is just so comfy. I'm probably going to rewatch your theories just for chill value. That means a ton. Thank you. I think coziness is definitely something I try to prioritize when it comes to my videos in general, so it means a lot. I love congestion! Molly, what's your favorite star? I wonder. There's a lot of favorites, I can't really pick one. A lot of different colors out there. I guess I like the purple ones a lot. Alright, Molly, the fact that all your streams and videos are in 4:3 is great because they look like they were made for the iPod. I remember getting comments about that, about how like they fit really well on tablets, which is really nice. I hadn't even considered that. I just like the funny 4:3 aspect ratio. Molly, what's your favorite movie star? I don't watch movies, so I don't know. If you remember, I was the guy who replied with that "watch device 3 120 times me with you in my OC." Oh my god. I feel like I might vaguely remember that one. If that was around the time of Part 3's release, then yeah, no, that so much happened around the time that I wouldn't be surprised if I just kind of missed it, or rather, if it slipped my mind now. I mostly listen to Device 3 Part 3 at work or while in bed, so I haven't watched the visuals closely enough to figure out where my Easter egg shows up. I do have a Patreon post that has like the timestamps of all the secrets for y'all, if you want to know where that is. Alright, the 4:3 is super useful to me because it means I can comfortably fit my Windows XP Solitaire tab to the side. Fuck yeah. Oh shit! You're the person that had Device 3 on the iPod. Hell yeah. That still goes so fucking hard. Genuinely, that shit. Can I show that? Because like, holy shit. Molly, have you played Voices of the Void? I streamed Voices of the Void once. I want to stream it again because a lot has changed with it since I last played it. Yeah, I can show that. Okay. What? There we go. Let me see if I can get it. I have it pinned, but oh man, I don't know if I can. It's because it's probably going to like. Yeah, it's gonna open it as a link. No, it opens it as a download, so I'm gonna have to like open it like this, go into my videos, and then hang on. Am I even able to? Okay, I can. Yeah, there we go. So, this was Ian's fucking Ian put the device theory on an iPod. Which is so this is the Staggering Ones video, but still putting my videos on an iPod is so fucking cool. Yeah, you put the Staggering Ones video in this one, but I know you put like Device Theory as a whole on it, which is, god, that goes so fucking hard, genuinely. It's really fucking good. Yeah, no, it's peak. It's fucking peak. Genuinely. I would watch Device Theory on the 3DS, but I think YouTube on there is no longer supported. Yeah, that sucks. Device Theory should become the YouTube video equivalent of Doom? Oh, I'd be fucking honored. Device Theory on the Game Boy? Oh my god. Hey, I leave it up to y'all. Do what you will with it. I'm more than happy to see like people putting my stuff on like who knows what. Yeah, let me throw the Premiere Pro window again. Device 3 becomes the new bad apple. God, imagine that. I can't even begin to comprehend that. But all right. I could probably get Molly stars on my Motorola Droid too. Also, hello, May. We are currently going over behind the scenes stuff and just hanging out a bit. This is a overall just kind of catch up, hangout stream. Nothing too crazy here. Yeah, where was I again? Where did I leave off? I think we were talking about Yeah, I remember, yeah, the save file swapping thing. Yeah, I made the teaser video as like pretty much basically just like I wanted something that would be like an out of context way to talk about the theory without talking about it. Basically, just like here are some of the concepts that the theory presents, like in an in-game context, before showing like the theory in like verbal detail, basically. and and you know, there was, you know, the idea of like the magic window and also the save file swapping. I think there was some other stuff, but like working with Crystal and with Lua was such a fucking beast for me that like I kind of wanted to not push myself too hard. What application do you use for your VTuber model? If you mean making the VTuber, VRoid Studio. If you mean using the VTuber for streams, VC Face. I feel like you established the theory so well, I definitely understood what you were going for in the teaser. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you. That is, I was really hoping that it would be like, not like super no, not like super on the nose, but like, you know, enough that you could parse like the idea of what I'm going for with it. But yeah, okay. One thing I wanted to also show was the Gmod filming. Do I have it? Is this it? Yeah, this was the process of doing the Gmod bit. This is one thing I wanted to show real quick. Does the PS3 count as old by now? I guess it, honestly, yeah, I guess it kind of does, doesn't it? At this point. Which is fucked up to think about, but it's like, it's old enough to where it's like, my first memories of the PS3 were like on a CRT, because we had a CRT television until like fucking 2014, I think. I used to play the PS3 on that for a while. We stand the Source Engine in the Molly Stars family household. True. We stand the Source Engine, we stand Interloper, and we stand Umbrella Man. Yeah, this is one thing I wanted to show off, was the Gmod stuff for the SCP bit. I kind of wanted to show it off though, because this was hell to do. Basically what I had to do here was, okay. A lot of the process for the Gmod stuff was I basically had to do like a reenactment of, you know, the specific SCP going into like different screens, and what I did was, you know, you see on the TV here, I had to, basically, I basically had to work backwards for this bit. So what I did was I started around here, and there's like a mod that lets you basically like play YouTube videos on like TV screens and stuff, and like, just all sorts of stuff. So I had that mod downloaded, and you know, here I started with like loading up a video of like a static loop. But then from that point, then I think I went to, where is it? Yeah, this was yeah, this went unused because I think I fucked up the order here a bit. But like, you know, I would have footage of the diner from like, you know, from like the static one. I recorded that, uploaded that to my side channel as an unlisted video. And, you know, then I put that on that screen and then went in there. But then I had to work backwards from this point and basically just like, where's yeah, and then I had to go here, and then, you know, I recorded this, then you go to the Carolyn one, and basically, like, for example here, I think this is a better example, was you can see that there was, you know, this is like one of the unlisted videos that I made. I think this one went unused because I kind of fucked up the order of it. Or rather, I fucked up like the description of one of them, so I'm like, shit, I have to redo this to be more accurate to the SCP itself. Even with the Deltarune 3 video requires doing some yeehaw camera work in Gmod, yeah. So it was basically just, I had to work backwards and upload each step of it as an unlisted thing and play that in Gmod as like an unlisted video in one of these TVs. And getting that to work was hell. I think I had to download a specific version of Gmod to fix like some codec issues, if I recall, because getting them to work in Gmod was really buggy. Yeah, it was a whole fucking thing, but it was worth it. I'm very happy with how it turned out. Why not green screen it with sub-materials? I could do that, but I guess something felt more authentic about just like actually having them playing in the game instead of having to like do a bunch of After Effects type shit. Yeah, the Chromium version, I think that's what it was. But yeah, that's more or less how I got that one to work. I don't think there's much more I have to say about the editing of the video because I went over the thought process of it already. If there's any specific parts y'all want to see, like how I made it, you're more than free to see it. You're more than free to ask if there's any specific questions you'll have about how I made it, any parts you would like to see, like, you know, how I made those parts, what have you, or just what it was like working on it. Because I know there's like, because this is a big fucking video, and it's such a big thing that I feel like, again, I kind of want to share the process of it. Maybe we can look more into the data moshing. Oh, yeah. Well, here you're probably not going to see how I did the data moshing because I just sort of threw it. Yeah, like, I threw this in here, but... Oh god, I would have to do, like, an Avidemux. I'm gonna go back to my comatose state for now. Good night, guys. Good night, Molly. Good night, Mr. Particles. Thank you for joining the stream. Here's a good question. How are the glitch effects and CRT screen effects done? If you mean glitch effects, that's probably just a form of data moshing, in which case what I do is I export the part of the video I want to fuck up, and I open that... If it's like glitch effects and not just data moshing... Well, hang on, let me share the... Hang on, let me also... see if I can... Yeah, there we go. This is Avidemux. And... Alright. This is where I do the data moshing. And it's going to be hard to do like a live demonstration because there's a lot of kind of back and forth going on here that ends up happening. And I'll show what I mean in a moment. Say again, spell that. I will type it in chat. There we go. So, okay. Let's see if I can throw something in here that, like, I can fuck up. For example, let's do... What's a good bit that I can just kind of fuck up from this one? Let's see. Let me go into the device theory 3. Maybe there's like an out of context clip here I can share. Maybe like something, maybe like there might be some audio playing in a moment. Hang on, I gotta see if I could find do I have the S5, the section 5 ending thing in here? I don't know if I do. How old is this program? The GUI, it's a very old program. And the thing is, you're not really using it in the way that you're intending to with this. Again, it's gonna take a bit for me to find like a... What if I just use... I have a Half-Bred Chaos video in here. I think I'm just gonna use a Half-Bred Chaos video for what I'm doing right now. Or maybe actually, since Redhead DJ is in here, how about I just use this? You want to use that mode? No. Do it now? No. Okay. Oh god, this turned out a lot bigger than I thought. And I also can't change the window size anymore. Okay, let me resize this accordingly. This is Redhead DJ's video. I hope you don't mind if I use your video as an example. What? Yeah, you need an old version of it to work. This is Red Hat DJ's video, for example. Let me try to cut out a large portion of this because I don't need it to be very, like, insane here. Let's do, like, from here to here, get rid of that. How long is this? This is already, it's still way too long. I don't need it to be that long at all. Let's see, maybe here. There we go. That's still too long. I need to make sure this is a short one because I don't want to fuck up the... I don't want to export like a 40-minute video for this. Actually, just... Yeah, that works. There we go. 46 seconds. That's a good demo, I think. So, what you have to do is go into Video, Xvid, and then there's going to be another window that pops up. You can't see it, but you go into Frame, and there's a thing called Maximum iframe interval. You just put a bunch of 9s in there. I usually try to copy the audio to something else too, so that it actually exports properly. And I usually export it as an AVI, but then just do like, just call it like 1.avi for now. And so what I have to do here is export this, and then I'm gonna have to close the program and open it again. So, one moment while it exports it. Alright. Close it, and then open it. And what I did is I basically just added a shit ton more iframes to it, or at least to the point where whenever there's a harsh cut, there's going to be an iframe, which is very important. So, hang on. Where is it? Windows Gaster. Okay, there we go. Now, whenever I move up or down, you're going to see... What is an iframe? It is basically just a type of frame. Basically, whenever there is a harsh cut, something like this, for instance, right? Like, it goes from black to here. This is an iframe. It's an interpolation frame, yeah. So, what you do then is you just remove all the iframes. Something like this. And then... Oh, this is probably actually a pretty good example. But yeah, that removes all of them. You don't remove the first one, though. And for good measure, we can also try removing, say, like, here's a P frame, for example, and it's between, so basically you can also just do, like, a bunch of just copy and pasting a P frame here, which is another type of data washing. You'll see that probably. Or no, this might not be a really good spot to do it, rather. Let's see if we can move it. Also, apologies if this is like a silence thing. Again, this is kind of involved. If there's P frames, are there poo frames too? I don't know. Maybe this is a better example. Yeah, I'm just fucking up the video here, basically. Through a Vitamix alone. Getting a live demonstration here of the process.
Look too far now.
Whoa. Okay. I think that's good enough. I don't want to go too crazy on this, but then you just kind of keep the video the same and export this. Or maybe actually what I'll do for some purposes, as I'm going to export this as MJPEG, to show off another thing I do, but Alright. Then you close this, and this should now open it in... Let's see if I can open VLC real quick. Because it is probably just better to open it in this. So, hang on. Okay. VLC. And... Oh, this one's kind of fucked up looking already. It might not work. Hang on. Oh boy. It's kind of busted, isn't it? That's not good. Okay, that's... Okay, I should not have put that in there, I guess. It's kind of... Okay. I might have to... Okay. Hang on. Yeah, this version's VLC is very buggy. Hang on a second. Where the fuck? I'm gonna close that, actually. I think I fucked up the video too much. In which case... Let me just do what I did here again. Again, this is a very buggy process is another thing. It's very easy for it to kind of get carried away. I'm showing off data moshing, because people were curious about that specifically. So, how about I just copy this as is, like maybe I'll copy the audio. And we are causing problems on purpose after all. Exactly, so that's just kind of the risk of it. But... Actually, hang on. I will try to do specifically this, if I am able to make it happen. Oh god. How about 600? Yeah, there we go. There's a lot of this. There's a lot of this, and this will be like an example of... Actually, no. Ah, fuck. This isn't a good spot to do it, is it? I think... How about, 900? That's better, I think. That's a lot better of an example. There we go. So... I don't know if this is also going to be broken. But we can see. Okay, that actually works. So now... If I show this one off real quick... There we go. Now you'll see that... It's going to be a little bit fucked up looking in a moment. I don't know how well it worked, but I think it'll be more effective like at the end of it, for instance, but yeah, you see, that kind of fucks up the video a bit there. I'm kind of surprised it didn't do anything with the iframes there. It might be more... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's that's like a more mild example of it. Data moshing is one of those things that's hard to really show on stream because it's very... There's a lot of trial and error involved, and it takes a while to do, so... However, there is something else I can do, if it will let me. In that, there is the notepad option, which hopefully worked. It did, okay. So I exported it with through MJPEG, which lets me edit it in Notepad. Data moshing tends to work best with more static stuff, yeah. I think this will help me. Okay, so what I do with this other method, I'm not showing the Notepad window right now, but basically what I do is in Notepad, you open up the video and then you do a find and replace, and you just replace any combinations of 2 letters with another combination of 2 letters. And that leads to some more kind of intense glitching. For instance, you get something like this. This is a bit more mild, though. Flashing lights warning, by the way. But, you know, this is like the more violent glitching that you can end up getting from this. And if you really wanted to keep going, I could do like a couple more of this, and my rule of thumb for how far I'm going is if I see a thumbnail for the video, then it works, but if it doesn't show me a thumbnail, then I went too far with it. Oh god, god damn it. I just fucking minimized all the windows on my goddamn computer. Hang on. One moment. What the fuck happened here? Oh god. Hang on. Okay. There we go. There we go. Flashing lights are kind of scary. They are. But did my thing show in... Hang on, let me see something real quick. Did I fucking... I need to check my VOD real quick. Oh, wow. That was... Because there's some stuff on there I'm not sure if I'm, like, able to show. Okay. The VOD's fine. I'm very secretive about what I keep on my computer, and I think there's some stuff on my desktop that's like for personal project shit, so I wasn't sure if there was stuff on there that showed. Okay. Okay, there we go. I saw you had a FL Studio 12. I do. But now this is another thing. Oh. I think that, like, went a bit far with the actual... I can't open it in the video player now. I might have to go a bit easier, but... If, say, I wanted to go a little harder on it, if it will let me show it. Yeah, now this is like a little bit more intense. But, yeah, this is more or less how I do the glitching. And again, I could go harder on it. Yeah, there we go. I could go like harder on it, but that's more or less the process for how I do the glitching. Is there's the Notepad method and then Avidemux. Notepad is for like more violent stuff. Avidemux is just kind of more for like the like more fucked up looking transitions, basically. But yeah. That's open in Avidemux. I'll have to close that real quick. There you go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, but that's more or less the gist of it. That's how, like, I do the data moshing in it. Accidentally locked myself out of my house. Jesus, I hope you're alright. I'm sorry, Notepad? Yeah, or specifically Notepad++, not like normal Notepad. But that's how I do the data moshing. In the meantime, let me actually move some things real quick. Maybe not while I have... Okay. One moment real quick, because I'm gonna go... Whoop. Whoop. There we go. Okay. Alright. But yeah, that's more or less how that worked. If anyone else has any questions for stuff about the video and stuff, do let me know. I do have other things I want to show off in the behind-the-scenes stuff. How long have I been going now? About nearly 3 hours now. There's a couple other things I'm able to show off. Are one of the cats still meowing? I don't know. Alright. But okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. Alright. Yeah, it doesn't feel that long. Yeah, it really doesn't. But, you know, I'm having fun. I think I'm now fully, like, settled back into the streaming mode at this point. But, yeah, that is the gist of it. I think I've gone over, like, the... what I wanted to say about how I did the, If you were asking the You and Nikki fan game art, you saw... Yeah, it is the... Oh my god, my dad's calling me again. Hang on. Alright. Again, sorry for the interruptions. Uh, there are times where my parents often have to call me a lot for things, where it would be like for food or what have you. So there's like interruptions here and there. This is kind of just one of those days, I guess. But I'm back. Hello, Jin. Hello, hello. Alright. Where the fuck was I? I was talking about... Yeah, I just went over like how I did like the data mining for part 3. And you know, we've just been going over behind the scenes stuff, how I did the video, what have you. Oh my god, hi Nito, hi. That's one of my other partners, Nito. Hi. Molly, I have a silly question. Have you ever tried running Linux before? I haven't, but if I ever upgrade my PC, I'm considering it. I'm considering some strange shit if I ever get a new PC. I am trying so hard not to eat a whole pound of salami. That's such a specific sentence. But I know the feeling. I get you. It's been 3 hours now, and honestly, I'm not feeling all too tired. By the way, specs? I think this is like a 1.2 terabyte hard drive. The SSD is like a bit less than 500 gigabytes. I think I have like 16 gigabytes of RAM. The GPU, it's... I forget the name. I think it's a 1050 Ti. I forget what the CPU is though. RAM reference. Oh yeah, RAM. That's having its like early access release soon, isn't it? How did it actually feel to work on the first like 3 sections of part 3? Very daunting. I would say that the first half of the video was very daunting. I think the whole thing was daunting, but I think the first half was very much like... the first half was very much like, I knew how big it was, and I had to try my best to keep my mind off of it for a while. So I kind of took it one thing at a time. I tried to treat each section like its own thing. And... I will say, like, working on the first 3 sections, I got a lot of, like, these ideas finally out of my head already with them alone. Especially with, like, Section 1, with so many of the bits in it, but Section 2 was particularly for, like, the Noelle caramel dancing bit. If I can find it. I think it's, like, around here? Yeah, here. Super Rocks is 64. Hello. But yeah, a lot of the bits in the first 3 sections were like things I had in mind for months, if not like up to a year. So there was a bit of a catharsis in finally having these ideas out of my head, especially with like the save file swapping bit and what have you. Fun fact, by the way, when I did this bit, I was originally going to put Azzy Pants in it, but then I remembered Noelle only likes girls, so that wouldn't really be in character, so I put Ishmael in there instead. Gary is also there, yeah. Yeah, but Gary is like, I can't not put Gary in this kind of thing. And oh yeah, and also because there's that part in Eve where Eve is just you where like I think you're able to ask Gary like, why do you talk like a lady? Tails doll is also a girl. I have proof. I have proof as well. I have the Tails doll plush. I met Tails doll when I was in North Carolina, and he lives with me now. Rather, she lives with me. Sorry. I want to make a Delta and animatic to the transcendental judge. He, him, lesbian. I plan on writing a really long comment on part 3, but I can never really come up with anything to say. That's totally fair. And, I mean, again, to be fair, part 3 also has nearly 3,000 comments. Again, this was originally going to be a comment response stream that I would come back with, but it just turned out to be so many comments, and it kind of felt like I kind of felt like I would rather just respond to them on my own time off stream, with like just no pressure on me at all. Because I think on stream there's like a bit of pressure to want to get going with the comments and stuff. The new avatar is so fucking cute. Thank you, thank you. I had a lot of fun making it. It didn't take too long to do because I just had to edit the hair a bit and the the clothes. But yeah, it's just editor Molly with no facial hair because the VRoid doesn't really have facial hair settings. That would take a million streams to get through those comments. Yeah. And and I think I think it's just better if I do it off stream, on my own time at this point. But my partners are going crazy about my Sona designs. Thank you. I plan on rewatching the whole series again as soon as we get a release date for chapters 3 and 4. Oog. I wonder if around that time I should do like a supercut of parts 1 through 3. How interested are people in that? If I just put parts 1 through 3 into like one big video. I don't think it would be too difficult to do, but there would be a lot of having to rewrite a bunch of timestamps, basically, for like flashing lights warnings anywhere where I'm like, oh hey, skip to this part if you for XYZ thing. So yes please, love that, yes. Super videos do well. That's another thing too, is I think a supercut would do very well overall. Would probably be another pretty good boost for me. So I don't know. It's something I'm considering. At that point, it ceases to be a supercut and becomes an ultra cut. I mean, honestly, yeah, for 10 fucking hours. Man. I do have a couple other things I could show off for behind-the-scenes stuff, if anyone's interested. Particularly what I could still show off at the moment is, the crux of it really is showing off the Premiere project file, because I wanted to at least show that off. Or, we could, if there's anything else you want me to show off in this project file, anything you're curious about at all, a specific part that got to you that you want to see how I did, how I made a certain thing, whatever. Can you compress all of device theory so I can cram it into my partner's brain? There's probably some... I feel like inevitably there's gonna be some freak out there that somehow manages to compress all of device theory into like a single GIF. Like, you know how they do that with like the Shrek, with like Shrek or the B movie or something? I feel like someone's gonna do that with device theory if it hasn't already happened. Oh man, yeah. Repulsa mentioned Device Theory 3, Episode 1, Episode 2. I remember one thing people asked occasionally was like, how come I committed to Part 3 being just one super big video instead of splitting it up? And the thing is, I could do that. Like, I could have absolutely done that. It probably would have been wiser in terms of output for this year, considering I was looking at it as like multiple videos in one anyway, but it kind of felt cheap too, because at that point Part 3 was like such a... Part 3 felt like such a hyped up thing unintentionally, like, because it was like the final part of a trilogy, people got really hyped about what the theory was going to be, what Part 3 was, like it's Part 3, and I feel like splitting that up into more parts would have felt weirdly cheap. I kind of felt like I had to commit, in a way, to making it just one big thing. And I think ultimately it's like for the better for it, because even if each section does kind of stand on its own, the ending of Part 3 hits better in one huge video, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. It won't help my partner get up to speed with Deltarune theories. True. Maybe if you just like, make like a specific cable to like plug into your partner's brain. You did a really good job. If you made it like 7 separate videos, you would have lost some people. That too. Yeah. like I know, because the thing with YouTube is like if the more parts there are, the less people are going to be watching each like successive part. So I think it's ultimately a good thing that I just kind of made it one big thing. Maybe between videos you put a big orchestral sting like a trans video jump scare. What cable standard do human brains use again? I don't know, I'd have to look that up. I'm sure there's something. Also, sorry for rambling in the comments. I don't mind at all about the rambling. I'm gonna get to all the comments soon anyway, and I think it'll be fun to look back on all of them now that it's kind of, you know, slowed down a little bit. But yeah, that's something I'm considering maybe when we... How about this? When we get an actual fucking release window, or like something like a guarantee it's gonna come out around this time, I'm gonna try to do the supercut. I don't want to like think too hard about it right now because we don't know when chapters 3 and 4 are gonna like come out exactly. So we'll see. December release. December release is like my copium one. I honestly am not sure if we're gonna get a December one at this point. It seems like between finishing December, but yeah, no, I'm not sure because it seems like, I mean, what is there? We're still waiting on LTS. We are. I don't know how porting is going. Bug fixing doesn't happen for them until translation and porting is done, and the LTS. So yeah, I don't know. And there's also considering that, like, even if they finish everything, it's not like they're gonna release it immediately. They have to do the marketing thing too. I don't know. I feel like 2025 is just like, that seems like the most likely time at this point. I'm trying to make it a little bit, the music. Probably around Easter, maybe Easter, possibly. I could see that. If you could cram device 3 into one sentence, what would it be? The menu is diegetic. I guess that's really the crux of it. That is like, if I really had to... Or Gaster kills God. The menu is aggressive. That's a good one. Brain rot in the best way possible. Gaster is diegetic. You know, one thing I've been curious about, tempted to cover. I remember seeing this thread on Twitter a while ago, before Part 3 came out, that was about, like, someone remembering this Deltarune theory video they saw that was, like, a theory about how Gaster was a human, but not like a Undertale Deltarune human, but like a real life, like a person, a whole ass person in real life. And that, like, it kind of led to, like, Deltarune actually perhaps being about, like, the idea of being remembered, or, like, wanting to be remembered for, like, your creation, and shit like that, about, like, the legacy you leave with your creative work. And about how, like, they couldn't find the video. They only had, like, a single screenshot of it, basically. No one's found the video. I remember the person who made it, the thread, insists that, like, it is a real video. Or at least it was one. I've been curious to see if that's ever going to be found. Or at least if the person who did make it, if that exists. I am curious to see, like, if it, like, you know, if it exists, like, I'm curious at least if the person that made it will ever come out about it. But, like, if the point was, like, to... That thread still haunts me. We need to find the video. I'm tempted to kind of make, like, a small thing to just, like, sort of see if anyone else remembers this. Because I'm really curious if there's going to be more to it than that. I try not to dabble, like, I haven't really dabbled, like, in lost media stuff, rather, much, but I think I'd be curious to see, you know, what that, if I could ever, like, help with the search for that thing, because it sounds like such a fucking interesting video, honestly. Yeah, that was way off topic, though, but... Aren't chapters 3 and 4 or 5 all being released together, though? No, actually. It's just chapters 3 and 4 now, as of some newsletters ago, because Toby was like, hey, I'm getting tired of waiting as much as you guys are tired of it. Let's just do 3 and 4 on their own and, worry about chapter 5 later. They are working on chapter 5 now, but they're just releasing chapters 3 and 4 now and not including 5 in it. Someone asked about that. Unless if, last minute Toby just goes back to the chapters 3 through 5 plan, but it does sound like he just really wants the next few chapters to be seen, which I totally get. Yeah, I think at this point we don't have much more to say about, the editing of the video itself. Unless anyone has any questions about it still. But I had a lot of fun editing this. I more or less went over the mentality of it and everything. I do have a couple other things to show, though. But I told my partner about compressed device theory. They said you seem interesting. I think that's a good thing. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I want to say I think you're cool. Thank you. I'm still somewhat banking on us acting at least seeing Gaster's name at some point at the end of Chapter 4. Give us something to scream about before the wait for Chapter 5. I do wonder if there will be, a Gaster mention anywhere in it. I kind of doubt it still. I feel like it's the kind of thing that'll be mentioned in, Chapter 6 or something. But I think that's all I have to say for now in terms of, the Premiere Pro side of things, editing the video. I might go back to it later, but I do have a couple other things I want to show. Particularly, related to the avatar I'm using right now and everything. Where is that thing? There we go. Let me open it. Okay. So. Another thing I wanted to show off in this was the animation I did for part 3. Because that was one thing that I did not expect I'd be able to pull off, but I'm very happy I did. The animation for section 1 where the Sona transitions to Neat Molly, as I call her. Editor Molly is another pretty good name. Let me mute the audio here, but yeah, here's literally the animation in the program itself. You can see the Golby plush up there, by the way. I remember seeing people theorizing about what this plush looked like in both particularly in the whole shot in Game Maker of Golby, of the Golby plush. I remember seeing people come up with their own interpretations of this design, like a couple people, or particularly one person in my Discord server, and it was really fun seeing people come up with theories for that, knowing I was going to reveal that pretty soon. What's the music in the background? It is music from Yume Tuki, and I did use it in the Staggering Ones video, yes. But this is the animation I did for this part of section 1. This is the first, I think this was my first time really doing a proper animation ever, really. Hang on. Okay, there was some noise outside my room. I wanted to make sure I wasn't, bleeding through. Okay. So, yeah, this was the animation I did for this whole section, and see you later, Molly. Now I sleep. Good night, Super Roxas. Okay, yeah, we're gonna begin with even showing this because this was the first like proper animation that I did for just like really in general for any product of mine, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. But I think I did this animation in this whole thing like from sketch to line art to like, you know, completion, I think in the span of like 3 to 4 days. Maybe 3 days actually. I think that's how long it took for me. I could start with is it this one? Oh no, I don't think it has a thing to disable all of them, but I could start by showing the sketch at least of what the animation looked like at the very beginning, if I have that still. Oh, do I not have it? Shit. Damn. That's a bummer. I thought I had the sketch somewhere. I must have gotten rid of it. What program is this? This is Krita. This is the art program that I use now. I used Fire Alpaca for a long time, but now I use this. Basically what I did here to start was I just kind of made the backgrounds themselves. Oh no, I do have sketches. I do have sketches, what? Okay, there we go. What the fuck? I thought I didn't have them. But... yeah, but this is the sketch version of it that I did. Now, this is how it looked like way in the beginning when I was just kind of figuring out how to do animation in the first place. And I've always wanted to try out Krita. Yeah, I found this program a lot more convenient for me because it's just kind of got a bit of everything in terms of just like oh, I don't think that's all the sketches actually. Hang on. There we go. And also, if I get rid of some of these, you'll notice for one of the backgrounds I use a Minecraft screenshot for reference, because that is a thing I'll do occasionally whenever I am struggling with a certain perspective. I think I've gotten a lot better with doing perspective now, though, ever since working on this, but this is the sketch version of, you know, the actual animation. Now, come to think of it, there really wasn't an awful lot to do here, and I think that's a big reason why animating this wasn't too difficult for me. But... wait till you get on my level of Minecraft bullshit. Yeah, Nito, fucking... I'm not quite at the level of, building like 5,000 chunk schematics in Minecraft like you did. Scary ass shit you're doing. But yeah, that's how the sketched one looked like, and then I think I am Wingaster. Okay, but let me see if I can get all the colors now for the actual backgrounds. This is all the line art and flat coloring now. Circles, then this is all shading. Line art backgrounds, and this is just how it looks like with the line art and flat coloring. I don't know which part of this took the longest for me to do. I don't really remember how long it all took for me to do, but like, I feel like the liner had to take the longest probably, if I had to guess, but you can kind of tell I kind of like stitched this all together in the span of like a couple days, to be fair. but that's the flat color version of this specific animation. I am very happy with like how the actual emotion turned out. I probably could have done a little more work on the backgrounds though, if anything else. But I'm otherwise really happy with like how this came out for like a first time really going hard on this sort of thing. I just remembered how at the end of the video the box shows up in the corner. Oh yeah, that's probably like the... If it's in the corner, then you're probably thinking of like the thing that just kind of tells you to like subscribe at like the corner of every video at the end. It's just like a thing YouTube has. But then I applied shading here, which... Color background... There's some more layers here I hadn't applied. It doesn't stop the animation from being absolutely badass, though. Thank you. I did have a lot of fun making this, though. Genuinely. Oh god, what happened here? Oh yeah, I forgot to remove the background, too. But... Oh, okay, enabling one. You can't really enable them on the fly here, but... What the fuck? What's going on here? Why is it, like, all... Oh, shit, I know why. Let me see if I can get that fixed. There we go, there we go. And then... Yep. Yeah, this is how it ultimately turned out. You know, as you can see in the video itself. There is some blur and a couple other things I did, like, in Premiere itself, but this is just how it looks like in Krita. I wanted to show this off a bit as well for anyone who was curious about just how this came about. I think the shading really added a lot, though, to really, like, helping, like, add to the feeling of this specific one, because I wanted it to feel very just moody at this point of the video from here on. Have you ever thought why Yume Nikki fangame protagonists never have happy endings? I've thought about that occasionally. It always seems like they have some kind of fucked up thing happen to them at the end. I do wonder why that is, though, genuinely. I think it's just, like, because Yume Nikki, like, had the thing of, like, jumping off of the apartment at the end. It's like, oh. It's atmospheric, I think. If you're referring to the animation, thank you, thank you. But, like, I guess it's just taking from, like, what Yume Nikki did in some sense. Isn't that what happens in the original, too? Yeah. Why did you go with green outlines? Green outlines. If you mean my Sona, as in, like, around here, those are, like, a dark yellow outline. That's usually just how I do, like, stuff with my main OCs, is, like, depending on, like, the main color of the character, I do, like, a different color for the line art. So, like, you know, with one character I have, like, a dark purple, the other is, like, a dark orange, what have you. Or dark orange, or basically just brown. But yeah, I mean, that's more or less the main reason, is, like, the style is there. Though I have, opted to try to do a dark purple outline for my Sona in the future. At least for, like, the normal version of her. I mean, I'm breaking the convention. Mike gets picked up by a garbage truck and... Jesus Christ, spooky. It's fucked up. I guess that's a fucking way to end it. Jesus. I need to go to bed, but I wanted to say that, Molly, I think your videos are wonderful and very well paced with such long lengths. It's really impressive work. Thank you so much. It really means a ton. I'm very happy to hear how well the video did. Just generally, and how people received it. I can't be thankful enough for it. It's like such a monumental amount of support that it's like I can't even put it into words. But the only way I can, like, the only way I can really show how grateful I am at this point is, like, just keep doing what I'm doing. I think the dark purple looks much better personally, but I'm probably biased because I mean, I like purple, but I also like green and yellow too. I don't know if there's a color that I hate, honestly. I probably do like purple a little more, though. I just like I think I just did the dark purple because I kind of happened to do it, like, more recently for at least the main version of my Sona, and I think it just sort of fits her very well in that regard. I'm actually planning on probably redoing the emotes for my Sona for future videos before I get back to it, because I've gotten even better with expressions and with my art in general. I think... Okay, yeah, this playlist has ended. Oh yeah, let me put on this one. But yeah, no, like, I do think... I'm sorry that it's fucked up, but she sleeps inside a garbage bin. That's, like, the obvious ending. I guess so. I guess so. But goddamn. Molly, your Molly emote improved so much since the Backrooms video. It did, and it's gonna probably improve even more now, because I'm planning on... I'm planning on just probably redoing the emotes to do not only more of them, have, like, a wider variety of stuff to use, but also just more expressive, even. The Backrooms video Molly is still a scrunkly to me, but I need more Molly. You will have more soon. When I do characters, I usually start with black outlines, and if I feel like it, I'll occasionally make them slightly colored to fit the character's palette. Yeah, that's what I do too, to some extent. Or if it's not to fit the palette, it's just because, like, that's the color that fits them to me. Just, like, in general. I am Create's friend inside me, Molly. I am accepting... I will accept many, many different interpretations of my Sonas. I'm more than happy to see it. Yeah, that's the animation, if anyone was curious about how this came about. But one more thing that I also want to show is how I made the song that I used at the end of part 3, which is Love Says Hey. Basically just like the Don't Forget cover that I did. If I could pull that up real quick. Whoop. There we go. Right, which means I actually have to stop the music here, but... I'm gonna lower the volume. FL Time. What app is this? This is FL Studio. Yeah, but if we were talking about what drawing app I was using Krita. And I'll type it in chat real quick as well. Krita. But this is the song I made for the end of part 3, which originally wasn't for the end of part 3. I'll have it playing in the background. But I originally just made this specific part here while I was, like, freestyling on the piano, basically, back in May. And, you know, I just kind of have a habit of occasionally I'll just basically do, like, doodles, like the music equivalent to that. And I just sort of, like, winged this on the fucking fly. Like, how many DAWs have you used besides FL? I've used I used a GarageBand before this, when I had my MacBook Air. But yeah, all of this entire bit was me just kind of freestyling it. Yeah, no, I was very happy with how this one came out. I was kind of baffled by how long I went to go without basically just, like, stopping. I think from here, though, I basically started actually making the song because I was like, hey, this sounds like it leads into this because I was originally going to I was originally going to, like, I had plans to make some kind of song for the end of part 3. There was even going to be more music for part 3, but it would just turned out to be such a big thing that I just stuck to this one song, basically, for the video, because I've been in something of a music block these past few years, honestly. But from here is where I start actually taking the song from the demo to a full thing, as you can see here. Warning, by the way, around here, with some of the effects, depending on where I pause, it might get very loud when I pause it. So you might want to lower your volume just a tad bit. I'm a huge Reaper nerd. I've heard a lot of good stuff about Reaper, yeah. Since that's one of the free ones, ain't it? But, you know, this is the song in FL. Alright. And... yeah, this is the end of it. I do want to show off, like, the specific little bits of it here and there. How each part came along. I love the glitchiness of the song, thank you. I wanted something that was going to be, like, chaotic as shit by the end of it. But... I do want to go, like, bit by bit with this one, because I'm very happy with how it came out. Drink some more water? Alright. Well, what are some of those patterns with the lines? If you mean this, Redhead, this is, automation. Basically just, like, making, like, having, like, different effects gradually fade in and out, stuff like that. Volume, plugins, and, like, this is just, like, automation, controlling effects. This bit up here was the original version of the demo. You'll notice it sounds a little bit faster than usual because the tempo, I think, was the default 130 when I made it. But then, for reasons, I had to, like, change the tempo to 160 to fit everything else. This was the... you know, this is, like, the waltz bit. Because I decided it had to be a fucking waltz. It had to be. I don't think there's much more to it here. This is just the waltz bit. And then... oh god. Well, yeah, I make it sound kind of fucked up at the end there. That goes hard. I just wanted to thank you, Molly, for the stream since it's great background stuff when I'm clogged down with work today. I'm glad to hear it, Bootleg. I haven't done streams in a while, so I'm nervous about how this one's going, but it seems people are enjoying it. So that's the waltz bit. Does anything happen with the... they can hear a bit of white noise there, it's nice. Yeah, it's a bit of distortion there for you. But then this is the forget bit. I never actually done a cover before up to this point, and I remember having to look up all the specific, like, note sheets and everything. My ability to read sheets of music is, like, decent-ish, but I remember taking quite a bit of time to really get a good hang of the notes here. But that's the piano bit of the... I'm gonna get loud here. But then, in addition to the don't forget part, there's also... that's kind of how I get it to sound more... oh, so that's the part, but there's a couple more things I wanted to show off here, because you'll notice there's a lot of other fucking parts at work. I think there's like 3 other fucking melodies, or like 2 more other melodies here that I end up using. I think, What's the fucking pronunciation for this? I used... Hang on a moment. It's, One moment. I think, I think the song is pronounced, L'amore dice ciao, I think is, or ciao, something like that, which translates to, love says hi, I think, or hello, which I think is one of these. I ended up putting this just plays alongside everything else. There is that one. I'm letting you know that in landscape mode on my phone, your stream fits perfectly with the stream chat on the side. I'm glad to hear that. Fuck yeah. So there's that melody that, you know, goes together with all this other shit. And then there's one more melody, which is actually one of my own original ones, which is... Can't hear it? Shit! Hang on. It's because I disabled desktop audio. Hang on. There we go. I was saying there was this bit, which... This is one of the melodies that gets mashed together with everything else here. And, you know, together with the... Which sounds like already fucking chaotic as hell as it is. But then there's one more... Again, this is not one of my own. This is sampled from Love Says Hello, or... Again, I don't know pronunciation, but... I typed the name of it in the chat. But then... there's another one here, which is one of my own original melodies. And then, all together... Oh. I'll worry about that in a moment, but... But, and then there's also the drums, which I might just play them on their own, because I think what I did here was I applied, like, gross beat to pretty much everything here, but including the drums, so they sound like this. Again, like, this all sounds chaotic, but, like, all together, it kind of came together into something that I really liked a lot, ultimately. And then you got, Then you got the drums at the end here, which... You know, I'll just... Just a fucking cacophony of noise. But yeah, that's pretty much more or less the breakdown of how it all came together. And I'm really happy with how it turned out, honestly. Someone shook the bottle of warm static. I'm glad that's the description of this. That's a very endearing description of what I did here. Thank you. But yeah, that's how this more or less came about, because this was originally just a literally just like a demo of me freestyling on the piano, but it just turned out really, really good for this. For just like the specific concept of like having like a song for the end of part 3. So that's more or less all I have to share in terms of like the song itself, if anyone has any questions. But let me put the music back on now. If I could find it. Here it is. that's more or less all there is to that specifically. But I'm kind of sharing this because I know there's gonna be like people watching the VOD. The crescendo of the crazy drums gives a big malfunctioning MIDI sound chip vibe. That's a really good description too. Do you expect whatever video you have next to have an awesome medley at the end? Maybe? I don't know, it depends on the video. I feel like it would have to do a lot for me to really get to that point of making like a whole fucking medley, pretty much, as you put it. I've been getting back into making music pretty recently, but I don't want to show off like the specifics of what I've been working on yet. Thinking like backrooms. I mean, King Pixel's stuff, I mean, he puts a lot of fucking effort into the music, honestly, I could. On the topic of music, what do you think about the whole Penumbra Phantasm thing? I'm curious to see if that ever turns out to be anything. It honestly wouldn't surprise me if it turns out to be like something important for Deltarune, but also like, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say like how important that's going to be, but I can see it being very important for sure. Because it seems like something Toby's just been sitting on for a while, and I can definitely see the connections to Deltarune in it. I don't have a super strong opinion on like, oh, will it get used or not or whatever, but I'm curious. What is Penumbra Phantasm? That is a... Penumbra Phantasm is, a song that Toby originally wrote for Homestuck, I think, that I believe never got used, but it's used barely in, like, a part of Hopes and Dreams. It's very faint, but it basically, it was supposedly made around the time that Toby had that fever dream that led to him making Deltarune, and people have been basically theorizing, especially because there's like there's a post on Toby's Tumblr where someone asks him about Penumbra Phantasm, and he responds like in like all caps, like spaced letters, "At Shadow's edge shatter the twilight reverie," or something like that. So it sounds like which, you know, like, you can draw the connections from there to Deltarune if you know, for sure with it. So, its motif is used in several songs in Homestuck, and fragments of it can be heard in Open Hopes and Dreams, and like one or two other songs in Undertale Deltarune. I don't know if there's other songs that use it. The only one I know of is the Hopes and Dreams example, because I was there in Andrew's stream when he learned of it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on if it'll get used or not. The Holy uses it. The Holy uses it. Huh, I'd have to hit Andrew up on that if he's able to. I don't know, because I think I might know the part you're talking about, but I'm not the expert on music theory and like hearing quotes of different songs. Yeah, I'm ever since the Gaster motif video that he made, it's like I think he's like the go-to guy for like, is there a quote of it in here? Because just hearing the song is different from like seeing the actual notation and the intervals and everything like in exact detail. Like, is it in the... It's the synth. Hang on. Let me see here. Let me see if... Let me give a listen to it. Just maybe I can catch it, but... Holy Deltarune. This part? Do people think it's quoting the part from Penumbra Phantasm where it's like... Because it's like da 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 da. But is it quoting the part that's like the... Da, 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 da. Do they think it's quoting that? I don't know. I kind of it sounds similar. I don't know if it's an exact quote though. Just from like listening to it. Again, I'm not the expert on like the notation. So maybe it's more exact than I think it is. Like again, I could listen to like the version of it we have right now. It's likely that Penumbra Phantasm would have to be drastically changed because a lot of its leitmotifs are previously existing Homestuck quotes. Yeah, there is the possibility that like if it is, maybe it's a version of the song we have not heard yet. The song has had over probably at this point closer to a decade and a half to cook up privately. So like there is the possibility that by the time we hear it, it doesn't even sound that much like the version from the Homestuck sound test. So, I mean, who knows, maybe. The specific part of Penumbra is a unique motif, so I don't know if Toby needs to change it. True, but I mean, who knows? Again, this song has had a long fucking time to cook. Who knows if there's been any changes he made to it over the years. Like, I think that's like, if it's like that personal of a song to him. Do you know about Toby's song Nightmare Night and how it could be hinted at in the song that plays at the beginning of the Castletown Dark World? I believe so. I do know of Nightmare Night. I do, because I remember listening to that song a lot. That was a really good one. I'm gonna listen to that fucking song again. It's Empty Town, I think. I know there are a couple of songs that that do actually like reference Nightmare Night like pretty blatantly, I think. At least they sound super similar. Yeah, the Chase just straight up quotes it, I think. You have to listen to Gaia Queen. Is Gaia Queen another Homestuck thing? Or it is. Speaking of, you know how many I don't know if I've mentioned this on stream. I've never read Homestuck, right? And it's really funny that I mention that because I can't count at this point how many times people have watched Device Theory or like anything involving me, and they're like, "Whoa, this is like Homestuck. This is literally just Homestuck," and it's really funny considering I've never read it. At this point, I'm like committed to not reading it, not because of like any distaste for it, but just because I'm curious how far I can take the accidentally reinventing Homestuck thing. How far can I go with it? Same is true of Karo. Oh yeah, I know that, Jan. I think every other conversation I mention something and you're like, oh, so it's like this thing from Karo Observer. Or rather, like, you mention it like in reference to like something else you're working on. Every so often someone just reinvents Homestuck. Every so often someone just reinvents the hero's journey. Don't you fucking hate it? Yeah, I don't have much more to add in terms of like behind the scenes stuff for like the song itself, since I shared the breakdown of it. Very happy with how this and the animation turned out. If there's anything else y'all want me to like share about part 3 at this point, I worry this has been like a pretty scatterbrained stream, or maybe I didn't go into enough detail, but I think I just kind of wanted to show off the stuff for what it is, because that's just sort of how I roll. I'm not particularly the best at like explaining all of my thought processes, because if I was that good at it, why would I be making a thing to explain it, you know? I guess that's kind of my mentality about it, but Scatterbrain is fun. I'm glad you think so. But yeah, if anyone else has any questions, anything they want to talk about, and the like, what have you. We'll be going nearly 4 hours now. I'm trying to send you a link. Did you see it? I don't believe I did if you sent it in the chat. My brain is like that when discussing things. Yeah, and I think for me, when it comes to like my own projects, Scatterbrain adds to the Molly spirit. I'm glad to hear that. What if Chapter 3's title is just called Homestuck? I don't know what I would do. That's like the most Toby fucking thing to do. Or Stuck at Home, or something like that. Listen, in this case, it's a similar case. Kuru's main dev hasn't actually seen Homestuck, but everyone who looks at it says this is Homestuck. Awesome. Another Homestuck adjacent thing. I would invert a leprechaun? What does that mean? House arrest. House arrest kinda goes hard as a name. That's what I mean, Jin. Invert. That's a scary fucking word. Turn him upside down with mischievous intent. Can I send you a thing on Discord? It's about Penumbra being on the holy. Yeah, go ahead, feel free. I would run for the hills if someone told me it's such a scary word. I'm gonna crop you. Imagine just like threatening someone with like Photoshop tool names. I'm gonna mosaic you. Would an inverted leprechaun give bad luck and steal money from you? Molly, you don't realize how good this is for world building. Part of me is almost tempted to share other project files on FL because I've been wanting to get back into music. I wonder if I just need to. I wonder if I should share something else for the funny. Then again, I don't know what else I could share at this point. I'll probably keep that a secret, actually. There's a chance I may share some of the stuff in future videos, like in the background or something. Photo negative Molly. We have enough evil Mollys in the world as is. We've got Molly Scars, we've got Bali Stars. Doesn't your world have angular vector or whatever? What happens when you invert data? I'm scared. I might have heard like a... Oh yeah, actually that is a interpretation there, isn't it? What happens when you invert data? I don't know if inverting data has been a thing. Actually, I do wonder what that would look like, actually. I've never thought about that. It's kind of scary. I had a dream where the angel was actually the demiurge from Gnostic lore. Just bit inversion. It just becomes junk. I mean, yeah, honestly, it probably would. I guess something else I can mention is actually like regarding my Senate, because you know, about my avatar editor Molly, because I did mention it in the hello Devlin. I did mention when I released part 3 I shared actually some art of Neat Molly from back in like April. I think I drew it, but you know, it was like some art of Neat Molly when I first made her, and a lot of my thought process for, and actually I think I could pull up the Premiere window again for this, but if I could pull up the yeah, the neat modes I called them. Yeah, when I mentioned Neat Molly, it's, I said before that like I love the vibe of the stream. It's so relaxing. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. When I think you missed it, but I recommend trying the chord progression A minor, E minor, D minor at D minor at 9, E7. I just thought of it, so I want you to have it. I'll keep that noted somewhere. Is that Tails doll on the left of that frame? I don't know if it's Tails doll. It's some edgy Tails art I found on Google Images for this bit. But when I made yeah, when I made Neat Molly, I do think I mentioned that, like, when making her, she kind of embodied a lot of different things. I think she sort of embodied, like, me being more, like, unhinged, I think, at that point in the video, and I wanted to really reflect that. And I am really glad that, you don't want to know what Meat Molly looks like. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you don't. You don't. You don't. But I think she was also just sort of like a response to some perceptions about me in general, because I always felt like, with my Sona, I've always tried to be like, hey, I can be interpreted literally anyway. And I think I want to Neat Molly to kind of be reflective of that in, like, a gender sense, I guess. Very much just, like, you know, like, I kind of wanted this to be a way for me to be more flexible with my presentation of her, and I'm really glad that people have also enjoyed that part of it. I don't think I have much more to add to it than that at the moment. I have been wondering if she'll ever make more appearances in future videos. I feel like it's the kind of thing I would have to jump scare people with in the middle of a stream. Or, like, maybe, like, as an random, like, if I ever have to make a sudden, like, interjection in a video or something like that. Because, I mean, Editor Molly is just Molly, but, like, a different form of her. Because I think that's just kind of how I work with her, is a lot of different forms. And who knows, I might make more for her in the future. Neat Molly is very cool, I think. Thank you. I don't think I have much more to say, honestly, at the moment. I'm kind of just hanging out with y'all. But, I got... Oh, Toffee Bun made a thing about this. Holy shit, okay. This was back in May. Do I... Hang on. You just have a Molly FNAF jump scare on command at all times. Neat Molly is so gender, the anti-rant Sona. I'm glad to hear you that they're an anti-rant Sona, honestly. I was worried there were gonna be more, like, rant Sona energy because of, like, the constant, like, tired eyes and shit. But I'm really glad that they have anti-rant Sona energy. Gotta go to sleep at this point. I tuned in really just to see a little bit more of Device Theory because it also serves as an inspiration for me personally. Thank you so much. It really means a ton. Have a good rest. I missed all the behind-the-scenes stuff. I was doing homework. Can you do the last 2 hours of stream again, please? There's always the VOD if you missed it. Hang on, let me... let me give this a listen real quick. The notes are very similar. I'll give it that. The notes are extremely similar. Also, hang on. Transfem Rouse is canon in my heart. Honestly, true. Well, you know, the notes are super fucking similar. What do you think of Transfem Rouse arc? I'm all here for it. But it could be interpreted as in the same way as, I guess, as Andrew Cunningham showing how the Freedom leitmotif is Gaster's theme. Yeah, for sure. I haven't watched the Device Theory Part 3 yet. Could you summarize it without the background info in its simplest terms? I'm not very good at summarizing things in simple terms. The menus are diegetic, and Deltarune as an executable just connects you to the world of Deltarune. I think that's really just the basis of the theory itself, like, in the simplest terms. But I think if you want to talk about the extrapolations, like, in part 3, I thought, basically, well, I don't know, if you want the extrapolations, you can watch the rest of it, but, like, the basis is the menus are diegetic. Deltarune is a hostile take on opening a file on your computer. Yes. Also, I should put on the music again. I keep forgetting to. Alright. How are we holding up, though, chat? It's been a little over 4 hours now, actually. The stream has felt so, honestly chill. Like, I feel like I wanted to be, like, more, robust about about some parts of it, but I'm really happy with at least just being able to chill with y'all for a while. I feel like there's not much more else I could really do at the moment. I've shown off behind the scenes for the... And the main reason I wanted to do the behind the scenes is because I just need this fucking project file off my computer. I think the whole device theory folder takes up like what, 150 gigabytes or something? I have a theory that the Deltarune program is forcing the world of Deltarune to conform to the framing device of a video game. That's an interesting way to look at it. I think Spooky Dude said something sort of like that, where it's like the idea of us playing it is like we are forcing it to conform to that medium for us. Something like that, which is an interesting perspective. It's like some kind of world machine. Similar name jump scare. That's why Chris can't play the game and he can't play the piano and he needs to search for a video game piano tutorial. I have definitely been rotating around in my head that had everything gone right in the device sequence, Chris would not be there. Everyone would treat the vessel as having been there the whole time. That's a fucked up scenario, honestly. I could see that, but that's fucked up. Alright. Wow, a lot of people joined the server. Holy shit. How are we holding up, though, chat? It's been about 4 hours. How are we doing? I've more or less gone over all the behind-the-scenes stuff, but I'm still down to just Q&A for a while and, you know, see how everyone's doing. Hang out with chat. I've been listening. I'm not really sure where to take the stream. I've more or less shown off a lot of the stuff that I really wanted to. Yeah, more or less. Reminds me of the theory called... I've heard of Oblivion Theory, yeah. It's been lots of fun, especially since this is my first one of your streams. Oh, I'm glad to hear you had a good first stream with me, though. Thank you. I'm drawing while listening to the stream. Nice, nice, nice. Where's Wide Molly? Yeah? Yeah! Where's Wooly Molly? Here we go. I remember doing this shit in the Lethal Company streams. Just like fucking like, constantly like squishing my like fucking VTuber. Have you heard of file attribution theory? I haven't. That sounds like an interesting theory, though. Where's Perlin Noise Molly? I wouldn't know about that. You know, in part 3, you actually showed me Super Hot is more than just shoot red guys and time moves when you move, because I never watched any videos on it. I had no idea it had deep lore. I mean, the lore isn't, like, super, super deep. I hope people didn't get the impression that I'm trying to, like, make it out like this, like, it's this, like, extremely fucking profound thing. But it's also, like, can I send that Super Hot video? I don't know what that one is, but whatever it is, yes. More or less, I think the point was definitely just, like, this game is doing something that reminds me of Deltarune, and what I think it's doing. Yeah. I thought the game was just a level select and you play them. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, like exactly. Like this game is doing something that reminds me of this other thing, and so because of that, it's a good bit of evidence to use to be like, hey, you can do this thing and it can work. I have no idea what Moist just sent. Let me check it. What is this? Oh. Okay, yeah, I know what that is. Very good one. So basically, I can't help but consider Chris and Vessel to be anagrams to Frisk and Kara, or reflection to parallels, or all of them, rather than Chris just being a mix of Frisk and Kara. I could see that. I think the reason for the 3 save files was probably because of 3 human souls. I mean, that is a take of it that I've seen. I don't know how much of it that I agree with, but I mean, like, it's not like it's completely unsubstantiated, I guess, using that logic. I guess the question then is just, like, you know, who are the other ones, then? Something silly and neat I want to share. In my playthrough of Deltarune, I named my vessel Seraph, referencing both the font and also Seraphim. Oh, that's such a cool fucking name. That's a cool goddamn way to do it. I love that. I wonder if the Deltarune characters really do feel the weight between the chapters just like us. I would say maybe some of them do. I mean, if using like the Valentine's letter as an example, in the case that Gaster didn't write it, for instance, like, that would mean that there are other characters that probably feel that weight. Which, like, again, like, if that is the case, that more or less just confirms my fucking takes on the game, like, just about completely. Maybe not completely, but, like, for the very most part. Maybe Rousey feels the weight, actually. That wouldn't be a bad take. Because he's a whole fucking can of worms, as I, like, you know, like, as I, like, discussed back then. Let me clear out my pings real quick. Alright. Rousey felt the weight between Undertale and him. At the very least, Twitter Gaster feels the way. I think Gaster in general just kind of feels it. Thank you for making T2T and provoked my own buried thoughts and musings on the game. Not on my comment in part 3, it is pretty much incoherent. Even though I was hyperfixated on Deltarune for several years now. I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't have much more to say at the moment, although, you know, I'm pretty much just down for a general Q&A about not just, like, Deltarune, but also if you'd like to ask any questions about the video, anything else you want to see behind the scenes, what have you, feel free to ask. How are we doing on... Still got quite a lot of people on here, damn. When is the video releasing on DVD? If I could get it on DVD, honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Or VHS or something. I have a strong feeling at least one of the newsletters is going to get hijacked by Gaster, like the Twitter taker was at one point. Honestly, I feel like that would have to happen like pretty close to chapters 3 and 4 releasing, if I had to guess. I'm just waiting for like the fucking email to pop up, and it's not Toby Fox in like the hijacked by Daxter from Jack. God, if only it was hijacked by Dax. Jack and Gaster fucks. That goes hard. Anything to bring back the goats. Daxter from Jack is a very funny description, by the way, of the character. Like Sly from Cooper. Like Mario from the Brothers. Can't believe Daxter is actually Wingaster, the royal scientist. I mean, if you know the lore, I mean, honestly, I could fucking see it. He did fall into like a pool of like of darkness, basically, of dark eco. So like, you could like see that as, you know, falling into darkness. I'm just saying. I just found the fat Tumblr detailed explanation. I can link it in the comments if you want. Yeah, go ahead. Wing Daxter. Hijacked by Mika from Hatsune. Do you think Gaster can watch other video game worlds besides Undertale Deltarune? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him, knowing what little we know about him. How real are other video game worlds, I guess, would be the question there. Would a Gaster know about AUs? I get the feeling he would. Were there any songs, BGM, you tried to put in Device Theory but couldn't find a place? Actually, yeah, quite a few. Like, I could show off the music folder again and in the project file. Real quick. Let me throw this here. But like, this is all the music I used for part 3. And there's quite a bit of stuff here. I'm sure there's some Yumituki stuff I never used. I think, yeah, I was gonna, I had thrown in some Sonic and Mega Collection songs, but I never really found a fitting place for them. There's some other songs I pulled from, I think, a Vapor Memory that I never really used, which is just like a channel for like Vaporwave-ish stuff, what have you. Yeah, so there's definitely some songs that I never really used for part 3. Hi, I recommended some. I feel like I recall you saying, recommending me some of them, but yeah, like, I was very, very picky about the song selection for this whole video. Remember Jak 3? I do remember Jak 3. I really love the whole, like, trilogy so much. It's such a good series of games. I wish they did more with it. I hope they do more with it. Somehow. I do love Sonic songs. I mean, they're known for good music, if nothing else. I do have a question. Go ahead, Moist. Maui plushies, when? One day. I don't know when I'll be, like, ready to do, like, a plushie of them, but I know I want to do a Sona plushie at some point. I don't know what the criteria is for getting Makeship to do that, is the thing. I assume I would have to do it with Makeship. Video game worlds will never be real, like no matter how much Toby treats his characters as real people, they sadly can't be real since they will forever remain just ideas. They may be real to some extent, but I feel like the point of it, in a sense, is that, like, even if they're not real, the impact of them on you is still very much real, you know? Have you read the big doc of Oblivion Theory? I haven't, but I want to eventually. There's a lot of things I need to get around to. I wanted to get through my backlog during my break, but I hadn't, because I was busy either with IRL things or just working on another project, but I hope to change that for a bit. Also, I ping reminded you, #love you. Thank you, Jan. Oh yeah, this video, this song.
Politicians are all talk.
Oh, God. Fucking, they added fucking ads to, like, embedded videos on Discord, which is the stupidest shit, but let me listen to this. It's from Karu, but... Yeah, I remember actually considering fucking adding this in somewhere, but I think I totally forgot it. This is a really good song. It's really fucking good. It is really funny to me how much, like, aesthetically Karu and, like, some of my own stuff have lined up completely unintentionally. CMYK goated. Right. Karu's music is CMYK. True. What if we YNO it up right now? I mean, honestly, oh my god, Andrew, hi. Hello, Andrew. How is being locked in on things going? I just shut off a bunch of behind the scenes stuff in this past in this stream so far, and I pretty much finished like showing what I wanted to show, the behind the scenes stuff, and I'm leaving it open for a bit to just hang with chat for a while. This is just like a general catch up stream. Progress is being made. Deadline is today. Oh shit. I hope we're able to get it done then. Damn. You did show me a little bit of it, and it looks really fucking cool so far. I'm really curious to see the full thing. Whoop. I'm curious because you mentioned I don't know how much I can even talk about it on stream actually. I have no idea. I know you're working on a thing. Are you cool with me linking the stream in ACDS? Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'll probably actually be right back then if that's the case. Let people join in. And I think I'm gonna actually be right back real quick because I do need to go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna think about what to do because I still feel like going. Honestly, it's been a hot minute since I've streamed and I just missed chat. And I'm finally getting back into the vibe of just hanging out with y'all. Especially considering a good chunk of y'all I think are still in the stream, so so yeah, I do think I will be right back real quick. Just go to the bathroom, do a little break, and when I'm back I'm gonna think of something to do, because at this point I got the behind the scenes stuff done. There's a few more things I could show off maybe that aren't like part 3 related, but you know, this is just the fuck it we ball stream, I guess. But I will be right back real quick. What? I am back. Hello. I don't know for how long though, because my dad just said food is almost ready, so I'm gonna see when I come up for that. But hello, hello. I don't know if anyone's... Andrew mentioned linking the stream. Apparently. Oh! Yeah, he just linked it. For whoever's joining from ACDS, hello. I did a bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff earlier in the stream. If you missed it, the VOD's always there later. Right now, this is just a general catching up hangout part. Hey Molly, I got another question. You never mentioned it in the video before. This is one Rousey sprite event that happens in the Weird Root. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah, where it's like the sprite's like different. It has like a chance of like being a different sprite totally. I know Half-Breed made a video about that one. And I know it was like some weird shit in the code that's just like another instance of like, Toby, what the fuck did you mean by this? I need to watch that one again, but I do know that Half-Breed covered it. I don't have like any specific comments on it. From what I know, I think it's just one of those things that's just there to fuck with you. I don't know if it has any specific like significance. But yeah. Beyond that, I do have something else I could show off, because I did mention that I was away. Where's Media Player? There we go. I did mention that while I was on my break, I was away to visit one of my partners in North Carolina. So, and I actually took quite a lot of pictures there if I can get them. Let me see if I can... If it's cool, I'm gonna show some of them off a bit, because if you want something to do, you could let me hijack stream. I mean, unless Andrew wants to hijack it at any point, maybe. But I did take quite a few pictures while I was there, and I feel like showing some of those off. There's the ones that I showed off. I think it was specifically this one. Oh, that doesn't show. Hang on. That really doesn't show. What the fuck? What about... Does game capture do it? No, it doesn't. Oh, maybe this works. Worry about that. Oh man, that doesn't show in here. I'm gonna have to open it with another with another thing. Hang on. Do I have something else I can even show the images on? I have no fucking clue. I guess I could show them in Krita, maybe? Maybe photo gallery? Does that work? Oh yeah, I guess so. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, there we go. More fitting too, but... But yeah, there's this is one of the images I showed off. If I could get make some space real quick here. Urban exploration? No, this was at a dive bar while I was there. My first time going to one, and my first time also being out. Let me see. I wonder if I can do... Looking like a Silent Hill 2 cutscene. Fuck yeah. Let me see if... Does it work if I do this? No, I don't think it does. But I think I could probably just, like, open it like this. No, that just opens another window, damn it. Alright, there we go. I also need to bring this down, hang on. It's like over my VTuber model. There we go. Where do you go shopping for clothes? A variety of places. I mainly get my clothes from Vapor95, but if it's like something like the skirt, I think I got that one off of Amazon, and the socks were from Sock Dreams. Oh yeah, and the gloves were too. Thank you, Laced. I took a shit ton of pictures and stuff while I was there. Hope you don't mind me showing, you know, one of my partners, and it took some. The videos look so fucking crusty on this camera. It's really funny. You know, there was a couple of pictures I took around here. And yeah, I took a lot of pictures around here. This scary ass picture I took of Tails doll. I took a couple of them. I don't know if there's anything else I could show in particular. Was there? I do have I do have fucking where's that one picture? Where's a content warning for bugs, by the way, if you don't like seeing bugs on your screen. Hang on. Whoop. I do have this. This image of the roaches. Ominous as fuck picture. But what else is there that I could show? I think that was, yeah, that was more or less where the images left off. Also, the playlist ended a while ago. Let me get let's try this one. Let me see. This one was pretty good. Yeah, I don't think I have much more to show in terms of the images here. That's more or less all the ones I really could show. But I do really like how a lot of the pictures turn out. I'll probably post more of them either like somewhere else, maybe on Patreon, or I'll put them in the next beta video since I do have some of that done. Play the Collective Unconscious soundtrack. Some of the songs on there are really good too. I think that's all I have to show for this specifically though, but it's getting pretty late for me, so I'll be off now. It was nice being here, and I'd love to catch you in the stream soon, and I'd love to see what you can do with those chords too. Good night. Thank you. I do appreciate a lot getting ideas for chords and stuff. I think, do I still have that? I do have them pasted, okay. I'll put them there for now. Those photos look like they were taken out of fucking East Berlin Satanist meetup. Fuck yeah. I think that's all I really have to show for the pictures, though. I had a lot of fun there. I have a lot of footage that I took of my time there. I miss everything. I'm so fucking sorry. I've just been hanging out with chat for a while. I showed some of the pictures I took while I was at North Carolina. Right. At least there's a lot to watch in the replay. Yeah, if you miss anything, there's always the VOD later. Also, hello, Fee, hello. I don't have much more to say at the moment, honestly. I've showed off pretty much everything. I just want to know I love your vids. You have a nice voice to chill to, but I also love hearing you break down these games and put them back together. Thank you, that means a lot. It's a really good description, too. What else? What else could I show off? And again, y'all are always free to ask questions about Part 3 or myself or anything, because it's just a general hangout. One thing I could do, maybe, if nothing else, much done with this, so I think I'm gonna close all the behind-the-scenes windows now, for the most part, because I don't have much more to show here at this point. Again, all the behind-the-scenes stuff is pretty much done, but again, you can always watch the VOD if you missed it or anything. It's a little bit scatterbrained, but it's my first stream back. Give me a break. I think I'm about ready to get off for the night. It was nice hanging out with the stream today. Have a good night, Molly. Thank you. Rhythm asked question, but have you seen the new Minecraft mod? But do you think it is so cool and spooky? I do. I think it's really cool. I'm really glad they actually, like, made a new mob and biome for it and shit. It's a really cool idea. I'm glad they added something like that to Minecraft. I haven't played it in a while, though, like, proper. God bless the Pale Garden. Alright. What else? Yeah, fuck it, I'll put on Collective Unconscious OST and see if what kind of stuff I can leave on there. I never really listened to any of this stuff, so I'm gonna see what it's like leaving this on. Alright. Have a good one, Molly. Thank you for the wonderful stream. Also love the music taste. Thank you, thank you. Have a good one as well. I didn't even watch part 2 yet, but part 1 pulled me in completely. I saw your community post appear on my YouTube front page yesterday, and I was so surprised I wasn't subscribed. Thank you so much. That means a ton. I'm kind of surprised that like my community posts are actually showing up on people's front pages. That's kind of funny. I guess that's the way that my channel's been growing, is because I do consistently use the community post, because I think that just tends to reach the most people. Holy shit, Sans! What's up with your fucking characters, man? I just see a bunch of question marks and like a bunch of random fucking Unicode labels. What, are you good? I see Sans in my live chat. What the fuck? Hang on, I need to take a screenshot of this. What the fuck? I need to fucking... That's scary. He just sent, like, this one fucking image. Where is it? I don't see him? I literally just saw, like... I just took a screenshot of it. Hang on, but it's a whole fucking... What the fuck? Sans? This just popped up in my chat. Yeah, change to live chat if you don't see it, because... What the fuck? Scary. Scary. Where's what is it? I think it's Alt F3? Or is it... I don't know what the fucking keybinds are for this on VC face, whatever. Scary. Yeah, I don't have much more to say at the moment. I think there's only a couple things I could really think of. Aside from basically just playing Yuminiki online or something. Sand shows up, then Andrew joins the chat. Coincidence? What do you have to say for yourself? That's actually an encoded waveform from the over the home audio. Like the shit from the Epic of Gilgamesh. The message looks different for you, Bon? Hang on. Oh, that's like some fucking... What the fuck is that? That's not Wingding, that's strange. What the fuck? Hang on. Where is it? Where did I just put it? It's... I'm just so curious now. What the Bomb showed me this. This is what it looks like for him. It's cuneiform. Damn. Holy shit. What does it mean then? What did Sans mean by this, guys? What the fuck? Maybe Sans can type in any font. Maybe. It means water? Ask Gigglemesh. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't have much more to say at the moment. I could show off one more thing, though. One thing that we did, one thing that I did while, building up to part 3 was, as kind of part of a teaser thing. How many of you guys are familiar with, how many of you guys are familiar with a little site known as mintcafe.garden? Because during the build up to part 3, I did a little something. I may as well just show it off here because I don't know how many people are familiar with it. So how do we even start with this? Let me pull up let me see here. There we go. This is Mint Cafe Garden. So, as a build-up to part 3, I wanted to kind of find a way to make a lot of noise leading up to the release of it. And this ended up being used for, this was originally just meant to be for the ARG related to part 3 that led to the secret video. But, I was able to more or less get a lot more pages in that were kind of like there to generate a lot of noise leading up to part 3. I won't really say much more of it, other than I think you should go take a look at it if you're curious about it, because I think it is the most extensive look at, like, the original side of me that I can offer at the moment. At the moment there aren't any new pages, so all of this stuff has just kind of been there for a few weeks now. But yeah, we have, we've got, for instance, this, or this. Got a new fish tank. We also have Mint Chan. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff on this site. I don't want to go too into it because I kind of want people to just look at it for themselves, but this is kind of the closest peek I can have to, like, the original stuff that I've been cooking up that I'm very hush about otherwise. I'm trying to I can't really say too much as well because a lot of it is still bound to have additions made to it. Also, hang on. A lot of noise outside my room just now. Okay. I think we're good. Okay, but yeah, there isn't much I can say about it at the moment, but if you're curious about it, here's a link to it as well. I originally just made it for the purpose of just doing the Part 3 ARG, which, you know, has, you know, stuff like this page, for instance, but I would say, you know, if you're curious, feel free to take a look at it on your own. The lore goes pretty deep, and I would say, you know, don't feel pressured to have to keep track of every little detail. This is just kind of a thing that was made for fun, and there are going to be plans to make more for this in the future, and I hope to kind of do a bit more better promotion for it. Especially because, you know, there is the secret video for Part 3 as well. There are multiple established characters. Someone make a tier list. Yeah, it's true. There are, like, several reoccurring characters, things, what have you. Again, I don't want to talk too much about it, but there are plans to add more pages in the future. Or at least we're going to be trying to build up some more of them in the future, but I am really happy with the amount of stuff that's on here so far, especially for something that was intended to basically just like generate a bunch of noise and get people like fucking riled up before Part 3's release. I really like what there's built to it at the moment. So, you know, if you haven't really taken a look at it and you're curious, you know, feel free. We got Rocky Craft. What else could I show off? Okay. I could show this one. You know, if you need any convincing about this. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff on here. I can't even really begin to, like, unpack it. But, if you're curious about it, do feel free to check it out. I'm really happy with what there is, and I hope to do a bit more promotion for it in the future, like, proper, that isn't just, like, related to Part 3 stuff now that it's, like, done. Every post is a 50-50 on being a one-sentence shitpost or a full short story with multiple characters involved. Exactly. I kind of want to make sure it doesn't take itself, like, too seriously, but, you know, there is some substance to it. And I think another thing I may as well just show off real quick is, some of these songs are so fucking ominous. Let me, there is one more thing I can show up as well, which is... if I can drag it over here. This is Part 3's secret video. I will also link it here if anyone is curious about it, but... again, at this point this is stuff I can't talk too much about, but I do want to share it around a bit here and there. So, if you're curious about it... because I know a lot of people missed this stuff back in, like, during the ARG, because a lot of people... even the secret video broke 1K views. Yeah, I'm happy about it. Machine Girl! And this is the link to the secret channel, so to speak. But, I'm trying not to talk too much about it, but, I am happy with how this specific video turned out, and I kinda want to make a better effort too, especially because I know people aren't always, like, very privy to doing weird cryptic ARG shit, so to speak. And, you know, I kind of want to make sure that people have a chance to see it if they missed anything involving it. So, I think from here on it's going to be a little bit more accessible to, you know, just, like, make sure that people can check it out if they want to, because where I'm at now, so to speak, with my channel, and just kind of where I'm at the moment, is I am going to be doing more videos and stuff in the future. And I think in the near future that I am going to start, like, hopefully writing more things again. But I have also just been working quite a bit more on original stuff lately. Because, I mean, Part 3 itself took, like, almost 2/3 of this year to make. And I wanted to get a lot more stuff done aside from Part 3, but it just turned out to be such a big video. So for the time being, I've been pretty much entirely focused on just doing, like, fucking... just, like, original project stuff in the meantime. I do hope to kind of balance it out with more videos again. ARG is awesome for people who want to participate, but I always enjoy to debrief once it's all wrapped up. Exactly, yeah, so... I think that's why, like, from here on, I'm just putting the secret channel in this page if people are curious about, you know, what I'm doing that isn't, like, related to someone else's thing, basically. But I don't want to, like, force it onto people either, so it's kind of like a delicate balance I want to hit there. I would say, I guess right now, the thing I would talk about is what I'm going to be doing next. How about, this one? That's good. Okay. I would say, where I'm at now, currently, is... I mean, I basically mentioned my plans for what's next at the end of part 3, but now that I've had a couple months to really get to think about it proper, all things considered, I think I'm going to be coming back to videos with, like, doing shorter Deltarune-related stuff to start, but I do have plans for other things that aren't solely Deltarune-related. I know I have to do a Staggering Winds follow-up, for one thing, so that is one thing that I would really like to get around to in the near future. Plans can always change, after all. Yeah, and knowing me, I can definitely... sometimes it's like, there are times where I won't know the plan until it basically just comes down to the moment, basically. The Sans and Papyrus connections to Wingaster would be fun. That is one thing that I actually wrote down in my list of, like, minor videos, was the connections, because it's like... Because there's a couple things in the, like, loose ends, so to speak, that I never really touched on. I mean, just reading through the list here, I mean, one of my ideas was doing a video on Deltarune stats, but that wasn't really, like, a loose end as much as it was, like, a different rabbit hole that just kind of went outside of the theory. Another thing I know people wish they heard more about from me in part 3 was more rlly analysis, and not just kind of, like, talking about him as a narrative device. Which is something that I do acknowledge, because I focused a lot on the Lightners and not really as much as on rlly from a thematic standpoint. I don't know how interested I would be in doing that alone, though, but it's something. But, you know, if it ropes me in enough, maybe. I think, I don't know if Vivat was or already did make a thing about it, but I know she's expressed interest on, like, doing, like, specific, like, rlly analysis. My memory's a bit fuzzy on that, but... what else is there? Chris' second voice is another thing. I think just, like, a more objective video on, like, the second voice and the angel would be an interesting thing to do. And I feel like that wouldn't take too long for me to make either, because it basically would just be running through what we have right now and really looking at it from a... just outside of the device theory, what is it, basically? You know, what can we take away at the moment? I'd be interested in anything you come up with, honestly. The Deltarune stuff brought me in, but now I'm here to see what you're up to. Thank you. That really means a ton, and that is kind of the intention I've always had, was, I kind of want to make sure that people have this... I kind of want it to be like, you know, people enjoy the analysis of the things they like, but if people also enjoy me as a creator or as a person, what have you, for it, then that's, you know, that's, like, all the more for me to appreciate. Because I do have plans to cover things that aren't just Deltarune related. I want to follow up on the backrooms. I want to do, like, cover other things altogether. And hell, there's things I want to, like, do that aren't really related to, like, YouTube. So there's a lot of stuff just kind of brewing in the background all at once, but I'm always excited to, like, work on something in that regard, because it's, like, it's my interest, you know? So a Project Moon video would be fun. I've been thinking about, like, what a Project Moon video for me would look like, though. I'd have to think about it. I'm sure there's something I could do, though, for that, if I get, like, really deep back into it. There's, one of my ideas was, like, an analysis of Undertale's fun events and connecting all of them to Deltarune. And there's also, like, you know, the Sans Papyrus connections to Gaster. So those are, like, the rough ideas for the minor videos. I don't know... Having anything to say about Project Moon, I think, just depends on how much you care about philosophy. Yeah, honestly. I guess there's not much more to say at the moment, but the plan right now is basically I'm currently just kind of just kind of like, focusing on having fun for October. I might start, maybe. No, I'm not going to say anything, actually. I am slowly getting the urge to maybe pursue, like, another video soon. But I know from here on I'm going to be doing smaller ones, but I'm going to try to build up to, back to, like, average length stuff eventually. I'm done watching anything you cook up next. I'm really glad to hear it. There's a lot of stuff, and I'm hoping that maybe... I wonder if I can get through, like, the list of stuff I had before 3 and 4 come out, if anything. I'll think about it, but... yeah. I guess that's kind of where I'm at now, is... there'll only be 2 hours now. Exactly. I mean, I do already have some ideas for, like, what the next Part 3-sized thing could be, maybe, but that's a little far down the line, and I'm not gonna, like, think about it too hard, but I in terms of major video ideas, I know what some of them might look like already in my head. I'm curious about the second voice in the narrator, and especially if they're the same character. That's something I've thought about as well. I'm not so sure if they're the same character, but, like, I feel like there's some stuff that could substantiate that for sure. Potentially. But I think it's definitely the kind of thing that it's a much harder thing to sell in Deltarune than in Undertale, I would say, at the moment. Full Slender fandom retrospective. You know I could do that. I was deep in that sauce when I was younger. I could. Am I ready to do it, though, is the question. Probably not. I mean, I've seen some interesting stuff come out of there recently, honestly. The creator of one of the series that I watched back when I was, like, super active is working on a new thing, and it's really fucking cool so far from what I've seen. I might maybe do, like, a small thing covering that. That might be an idea, but I don't know if there's enough to really make a video on it yet. Something minor I have as a theory in every Dark World is every Dark World is going to have a single knockable door, and we get something from the guy in Hometown who wants us to knock better. Oh, that's a really cool idea. I never thought of it like that. If that was affected by you finding the one knockable door, I would probably, like, fully believe it, though, but I don't think the two affect each other, sadly. At least not to my knowledge. That... because I don't think I don't know if I found the... No, I did find a knockable door my first time around, I think. It was when I was trying to find the egg. And I'm pretty sure I just stumbled across it, like, along the way, basically. Yeah. The guy in Hometown does say that in Chapter 2, but I think that just happens whether or not you found a knockable door in Cyber City. Mind if I use some ideas from the device theory for a series? As long as you credit me, yeah, go ahead. Like, as long as you just say, hey, I was inspired by this or something. We've hit 5 hours now. We're doing pretty good. I don't have much more to say at the moment. I hope everyone's been having a good Sunday night. Still shorter than Part 3. Yep. Hope everyone's been having a good night. And, I'm glad I got to just talk about everything, basically. It's really interesting, doing this stream now and, or a Monday afternoon. It's really interesting doing this stream now because, because it's been a couple months and it's like in some ways my feelings about Part 3 still feel so... oh my god, they're calling me for food. Hang on. At least I think they are. I do feel like it's probably a cue to probably actually call it for the stream pretty soon, because I do have to eat and I do need to. It is at 10 p.m., so I don't want to like go like super late. But I guess I do want to say like it is interesting because like in some ways my thoughts in part 3 are still so kind of shaky, you know, after like after a couple months. And I think it's just the fact that it's like, in the way I said it at the time that I released was like, I think it's the first time I've made something that really feels bigger than me. That's kind of how I feel about part 3 now, is like, it feels bigger than me. It's like I don't know if I can fully encapsulate how I feel about the whole thing now, because it's just like, it is entirely in just like the fandom space, basically. I made something so like impactful in a way that it's like I can't really, I don't know if my words alone or my feelings alone can fully encapsulate what it is, in a sense. And you know, that might maybe sound like a bit maybe fucked up, but it's something I kind of feel is an accomplishment, you know, because I think it's one of those cases where it's like I have made something where I feel like it's not even really just me, it's just this really cool thing that people enjoyed, and it's just able to stand on its own, so much so, while still, you know, obviously being very just kind of indicative of like my own style and everything. And Mark made, yeah. And I think to that end, it's like such a catharsis I've gotten from that it's like I don't even have anything in particular to say about it. I know there's like stuff that people disagree with about it, and you know, there's a lot I learned in the process of making it, and I've gotten so good at optimizing my workflow since then that, you know, there's a lot I learned, and I'm gonna get even better at making things because of how hard I went on this. But I would say the general feeling I guess I have is like I'm at peace with it, and I don't have much more to really add to it other than that. It's sort of just like a feeling of like, you know, I'm just gonna keep doing my thing now, and see if I can just. I feel like this was, this whole series kind of felt like my rite of passage in a sense. Like now that it's done, I've like established myself in some fundamental way, and I feel like I can just kind of keep going from here on. There's often a lot of noise in my room lately because of some of the cats, so sorry if there's like some muting here and there. As long as it was engaging and brought up some interesting points, then I think the theory is good. And I think Device Theory does more than that to a point. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing too, is I tried to make the point in part 3 that it's like, it's not even really just that it's about the theory, it's just a whole thing. And it's a whole thing, that's not just the theory, it's just my thoughts on the game as a whole. You know, it kind of just spiraled out of control into this giant analysis that, like, whether or not a lot of it was about the theory, I think regardless, it was me kind of more or less trying to encapsulate the mindset, I guess, of the fandom over the years. And I think if I was able to do that good enough, then, you know, I'm kind of happy with how it turned out. My dad just sent me an image of the food. But yeah, thank you all so far for joining the stream and everything. It is 5 hours, so I don't know if it's like a climactic or a fulfilling part to call it, or fulfilling point rather, but yeah, I pretty much have more or less gone over everything, and I do plan to try to do more streams in the future. I think I just needed to do this one to really get the gears turning again because it's been so fucking long. I think TDT symbolizes the evolution of the fandom's perspective on the game over time, or at least act as a capstone before Chapter 3. I think if that's what you take away from it, then I'm very happy about it. Because I think that's kind of, in a way, what I've always envisioned it, in a way. I kind of wanted it to be something of a capstone in that sense, yeah. I would really like the comment reading streams. I don't know, I mean, at the moment I feel like I kind of just want to read them off stream because of how many there are. But I do want to do more streams, and I want to hang out with chat more often. It's kind of the last word before we get new content, in my opinion. And if that's what, like, if that is what people can take away from it, that it's, like, the embodiment of, like, what, like, the fandom is at currently, then I did my job. You know, that's kind of how I feel. And, I mean, for that, I'm very thankful about it, you know? It's weird, it's like, I've made something bigger than me. What about just streams where you play something? That is what I was gonna say, yeah, was, I think I kind of just want to do more streams where I just play something. See if I can get through my backlog that way. Maybe I could play some of the fan games on stream. I don't know for sure yet, because it's like, I don't want the pressure of, like, I have to play this on stream now and stuff. That's another aspect of it. I'll think about it, though. I think it would be a pretty good way to, like, I guess balance everything in a way? I'll think about it. But I know there's also Fatal Gang as well. That's why I wanted to try to, like, shoot for somewhere around this time, because this coming week might be another Fatal Gang. I don't know, though, because it kind of depends on how available everyone is. It seems everyone's been kind of busy, more or less. Vivat, you know, she's got her stuff going on. I was on break. Andrew was locked in on RAM. Toffee, I think, was locked in on commissions for a while, but I mean, you know, she's doing her thing too. I do think we'll be able to do more stuff, though, I would hope, but... There's also Smish Team, yeah, I want to do more stuff with Smish Team as well, now that I have, like, the time to just exist outside of the device theory. I thought you said that Andrew was locked in Iran? Not what I said. I do think that is about all I can say, though. Just generally, you know, there's not much I can say that I haven't said in the outro for that video, but genuinely thank you all so much for the reception to it and how well it did. I can't even say it enough, but, like, genuinely, it just means a ton. And I'm really excited to get back to videos, and I know roughly what I'm gonna probably come back with. I hope from here on that I can kind of try to keep a more consistent thing going with videos, and also with personal project stuff from here on, because I've already made a lot of progress on the thing I've been working on, and I hope to do some more progress, but then around that time also come back with some new video stuff. So, to that end, I think that's more or less the plan. I might play some stuff on stream. Maybe I'll play Voices of the Void again. It is October, so I could do another, like, spooky gaming stream or two. See what I can do about that. Oh. Moisinta. Voices of the Void multiplayer, yeah, that's also true. That would be a really fun idea. There's a lot of things. I think I should honestly just, like, write down the stream ideas I have at this point, and just kind of... Oh, that's a thing? Yeah, there's a fucking mod for it now. It's not, like, official, but it is a thing, and I want to see if I can get that working. That sounds like the jankiest experience. I think it would be very fun, Andrew. I think it would be very fun. Very janky, but very fun. Probably also not a bad Fatal Gang game, because it's like... It has the thing of being cozy, like with Yomeniki Online, but it's not just like... there is a thing, there's always a thing to do in it, you know? I don't know, it might be fun. We could talk about it later, but... But yeah. I think that's all I have to really say for now, and I'm gonna probably call it for this stream. Oh, hello, Weasel. I will probably call it for this stream now, because it is 5 hours in. I do have to get my food, and, you know, probably just kind of... I'm gonna probably start working on the October branding for this month in a bit, but I will try to stream a bit more often now. I wanted to do some general behind the scenes and catch up with people, but I think I'm gonna try to be a bit more active from here. See if I can play some stuff on stream. Do more general hangout streams, maybe play Humanity Online. We'll see. But I have time to do that stuff now, and I want to see if I can do that as much as I can. Thank you all for joining this stream and for just being interested in like seeing the behind the scenes stuff and asking questions and what have you. Maybe I'll do more comment response streams after all. We'll see. It really depends. If there's any that I really feel like need that response on live or what have you, I'll do it. But I'm gonna see how things are going in a couple weeks. So, to that end, thank you all for joining, and thank you all for watching part 3 and for the reception. I can't be more thankful enough for it, and I hope to have more to show soon. Even with just how much I've given with part 3 already, I'm very excited to get back to working on things proper. Both for the channel and just in general. Did I just come at the end? You did, but you always have the VOD if you need be. But thank you all for joining. Thank you all for being interested in everything I'm doing, and I hope that whatever it is I do, whether that be YouTube stuff or original, I hope that you will like it. But even if not, I'm just happy to be able to make things and to show people those things. There's a lot I have in mind, but I'm going to take it one thing at a time from here, and I should really write a list of my stream ideas too. So, with that, thank you all for joining in. Thank you all for seeing the behind the scenes stuff. And if you're watching the VOD, thank you as well. Just keep on doing your thing, Molly. Yeah, that's more or less what I've taken away from it. Goodbye, and I'll see you next stream, whether that be Fatal Gang or solo. This is October, so I am gonna see if I can do some spooky shit. Not a spooky video, as in like a Halloween special, but something. We'll see. I'll see y'all later. Have a good night, good afternoon, what have you, and goodbye.
This man was creaky as fuck, but didn't want to admit it. And then he saw this.
Oh, shit! Oh. WD-40 can. Well, I'm not that fucking creaky, so I
don't really need it.
You fucking read shit. Take that WD-40 can now.